with the image of God to become a leader in the government, then money shouldn't be standing in your way. That's why people paid taxes, was to raise up leadership wherever it was from whomever you are, because that's what it means to be in the image of God. Now, do you see this is the Democratic backdrop of the Democratic Convention? Do you see that even non-verbally, we're in conflict with our Judeo-Christian background and with the Greek humanism that is expressed there. Know that Jefferson wrote, we the people endowed by our Creator. I brought up the Greek philosophers who were trying to figure out the origin of man, because our founders knew that that was an option. They could have written that. They could have, because that discussion in literature was there, but they didn't. That is verification that they were coming from a Judeo-Christian framework in setting up our government. Now, where we are today, why we feel the conflict is Barack Obama deliberately leaves out Creator when he's speaking of inalienable rights. All right, and so we're not getting it wrong. We got it right. There's a nonverbal going on that says this is our fundamental transformation of America. So how it changed. The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. If you go back to the Anti-Federalist Papers, we have a writer, James Winthrop, who was saying if you centralize the government, then it is easily corruptible by very wealthy people who want to buy it. Okay, he said that in 1788. Has anything changed? Do you understand? That's why you have to study history. And that's why the thing that's most likely the way to transform history is to not teach it. All right? The No Child Left Behind Act, when it emphasized English language arts and math, pushed history to the side. And that's where the time got emphasized in schools for matters other than you learning about your heritage. Listen to this. These are the writings of the presidents. I see in the near future a crisis approaching that unnerves me and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. As a result of war, corporations have been enthroned, and an era of corruption in high places will follow, and the money, the power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until all wealth is aggregated in a few hands and the republic is destroyed. Do you know who said that? Abraham Lincoln. Because the wealth was beginning then. Here's another. I cannot with candor tell you that all is well with the world. Clouds of suspicion, tides of ill will and intolerance gather darkly in many places. For out of this modern civilization, economic royalists, going back to the whole king thing, economic royalists carved new dynasties. New kingdoms were built upon the concentration of control over material things. Through these uses of corporations, banks, and securities, all undreamed by the fathers, the whole structure of modern life was impressed into this royal service. It was natural and perhaps human that privileged princes of these new economic dynasties, thirsting for power, reached out for control over the government itself. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 1936. So do you see that Common Core, do you see that what is going on in this current administration has actually been building up for decades? Do you see the change of one president isn't going to change everything about this country? Because it's not the offices in Washington, D.C. that have to be changed, it's the people of America. Now, you have been undermined. There is no question. You have been duped. It is not that you have just been slovenly and you've been deceived just like the first deceiver. You will not die. Well, yes, you will. Unless you choose rightly. But know that it began in the 1930s, this all-out assault. And it was with the wealth holders. John D. Rockefeller said, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. Do you hear college and career ready? Well, first you change the definition of college. It's no longer 4 years of 2 years being liberal arts to groom leadership. It is about career training. All right? It's about creating that second tier of your society for work and letting the first tier have the liberal arts. Andrew Carnegie said, "We shall have an ideal state in which the surplus wealth of a few becomes the property of many." And here's their kicker. Woodrow Wilson, "We want one class of persons to have a liberal education, and we want another class of persons, a very much larger class of necessity in every society, to forego liberal arts education and fit themselves to perform specific manual tasks." So here's a president undoing what the greatest mind in American history, Thomas Jefferson, tried to put in place. He was an aristocrat. He was not an elitist. Get those two different. Because Jefferson tried to raise up everyone, and by the way, when they say he was a slaveholder, remind them he tried to file bills to have slavery eliminated in Virginia. Okay, and so did George Washington. But they were in the South, and the South were all Englishmen who were loyal to the king, so their bills never got passed. And they were living in a culture they could not change in their lifetimes. Okay? That is part of this legacy. No, they weren't perfect. No, they couldn't finish the job. But they passed the government on to the next generation to finish more of the work. It is never finished. Never. But you must do your part in maintaining the freedom we have and pass on to the next generation the equipment to fight their battle. That's what it's about. So this cartoon is actually what it was carried by Paul Revere. And what it shows is the aristocracy of England forcing down the throat of America. And notice she is an American Indian. All right. We identified at that time, prior to the American Indian taking sides with the British in the American Revolution, know that Squanto and his friend Samoset were the agents of salvation for the starving pilgrims. We owe our establishment of this Puritan principle to the American Indians, who celebrated with those pilgrims the first Thanksgiving. But if you don't know the story of Squanto, you must read it. Because to me, he's the Joseph story of our North American times. He was taken into slavery. He was freed by friars who bought him out of slavery, educated him, sent him to England because his desire was to go back home. He learned English while waiting for the boat, came over here. When he finally got home, his tribe had been obliterated. But he was the agent of salvation for God's people, so that when the Puritans came here, and they didn't know how to farm the land of North America, someone who already spoke their language and did know the land came and said, "Let me show you how to do this." That is the miracle of America. That is hands God in establishing this country. Make no mistake, he used all of us, including the Irish. Okay? But the point is, all you have to do is relabel these people, and you've got the same story going on. You've got a wealthy aristocracy forcing down the throats of our American schools a product. For them, it was the East India tea. For us, it's Common Core. Forcing down our throats a product we never asked for, we don't want. All right? But you've got people who are going to profit financially from this. And so it's history repeating itself. In 1934, how did we get here? Remember I told you these 1930s, things are going on. So the American Historical Association releases conclusions and recommendations of that commission about what to do with social studies in America. And what they talk about is a cumulative evidence supports the conclusion the United States, as in other countries, the age of individualism and laissez-faire in economy and government is closing, and a new age of collectivism is emerging. Okay, Barack Obama didn't think of this himself, just like Darwin didn't think of evolution. Okay, so this evolution that's going on is actually truly man trying to impose himself as God, and determining collectivism is going to be emerging through centralized ownership, social justice, and by the way, that term is in Plato's Republic, and equalization of opportunity, the support of education to be shifted more and more from the locality to the state. So if you're taken by surprise, it's because you didn't read the books from the 1930s. Similarly, since the family cannot provide for its immature members, did you get that? This is in direct contrast to the fifth commandment. Honor your father and mother so that I can bless you in the land that I will give you. Who's the active agent there? God. My land that I will give you. But the criterion is you honor your father and your mother, not your fatherland and motherland. Okay? That's a whole different source of power. Similarly, the father cannot provide his immature, commensurate with the need and possibility, democracy to guarantee such security and opportunity from early childhood to the age at which employment is possible. What's our term for that? Cradle to grave, right? And we're going to take care of you for college and career. The ideal should be applied to all regardless of residence. They're being very generous there. Completely integrated national system to be set by grave dangers involving over-standardization, regimentation, and discouragement of local initiative and experimentation. They said that was the danger. If we move too fast, they'll catch on. So if you want to understand how this came to be, how was this so orchestrated, you really must read A Choice, Not an Echo. Because what Phyllis Schlafly describes is how the kingmakers select the candidate that's going to be put before you by the parties to continue this agenda so that they can profit from the American tax dollars into their coffers. It's 30 years is covered here, and it's more than I have time, so read the book. It's out there, as a matter of fact. I've seen it at a vendor's table. Know that in 1992, this gentleman, Mark Tucker, wrote a letter to Dear Hillary, and that's what it's called, the Dear Hillary letter. You can find this on the Eagle Forum website. We think the great opportunity you have is to remold the entire American system for human resource development. So do you understand, once again, the liberal arts education to make you self-governing, to have your own choice of your career path, your fulfillment, to be a child of God and to develop in His will is not what the government has in mind, and it hasn't been. Since the Clinton era, and Hillary, make no mistake, she can't claim she didn't know. She was sitting on Mark Tucker's board. All right? National Center for Education and the Economy. She just keeps quiet about a lot of stuff, but we have her number. A seamless web of opportunities to develop one's skills that literally extends from cradle to grave, beginning in the home with the very young. That's what all this government early childhood stuff is about. If it were me, and I had mothers in distress, I'd be helping the mothers to become better parents. But no, the government wants to standardize the input into your children, and that's what's going to happen if we don't wake up. So, the way it is and how to fix it. Remember that you are made in the image of God. That will never, ever change. You just have to figure it out. All right? And so, this Irish in me, you know, I'm really quite sensible, but you get me riled because you're taking away my liberty, and I will fight. So how do we deal with these corporate royals that lobby today? That's where they are. They're hiding in the non-governmental organizations in Washington, D.C., funneling their money into these NGOs, writing policy there, and sending it to our legislators to make into law. It includes the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the National Center on Education and the Economy. That's Mark Tucker. That's his organization. And by the way, he sat on the English Language Arts Feedback Committee. That is how tied this is with the 1990s and the outcome-based education from that time. The National Governors Association, the Council of Chief State School Officers, the National Association of State Boards of Ed, the Education Commission of the States, publishers, testing, and data companies. They're all in on this. The number one private funder then is Bill Gates. All right? And Bill Gates, if you go look at the partners, the funders of the National Governors Association and CCSSO, you'll find him. You will also find him making donations to Jeb Bush's Foundations for Excellence in Education. So these lobbyists then get to the Capitol, and policy is made, which is exported from the Department of Education to your state capitals through your governors and your commissioners of education. And they not only lobby in Washington, they also send their lobbyists to your state capital. So if you think you don't have the time, trust me, you make the time, because if you're not there, there is a vacuum they are very willing to fill. And that's what's been going on. So then they also have control of your local school boards and your superintendents. The Eli Broad has another wealthy man, has an academy for superintendents to teach them how to treat schools like businesses. So they destabilize the schools to create a different agenda other than what local control and what parents want. All right? So you can see the direction of influence there. This is Chester Finn from the Thomas B. Fordham Institute. They are the mouthpiece for Common Core. They are underwritten by Bill Gates. Know that Chester Finn, who is the chief executive there, he's now emeritus, but he was there. He liked the idea of this college readiness for kids, but he just wrote almost, I mean, we're still trying to figure out what the secondary agenda is here. But he says, what if college ready no longer means that you actually have to be prepared to succeed in a college-bearing college course, credit-bearing college course? He just wrote this last week. We've been saying it for 3 years. Common Core will not prepare you for a credit-bearing college course. And now, the very reformer who set this whole thing up, and he's been doing it for decades, is saying it's not working. Well, thanks for that. There never were any data saying it would work. Never were. And the other guy behind this is Lou Gerstner, former CEO of IBM. All right? He wrote a book called Entrepreneurship and Education, and espousing on how we need to centralize education. So I got the book thinking, if you're demanding of us data for data-based decision-making so that we can be accountable and responsible, surely you will have data in that book saying this works. I bought the book. There's no data. We are Americans in distress. This is another cartoon from the 1700s. What that character is holding in his hand while he's caged and having fish force-fed into his mouth is a piece of scripture asking God for mercy and liberty. All right? So I'm saying we're not in a different position, but we are going to have to do the same things. There's a mysterious cycle in human events. To some generations, much is given. Of other generations, much is expected. This generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny. Who said that? Reagan said it, but remember, Reagan was a Democrat at one time. It was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Americans' destiny is to choose. This is from an Englishman watching us from the EU. My time is up, but I'm going to finish this because Daniel Hannan is excellent. This generation, like any generation, is entitled to opt for a different model of government, to embrace state intervention, higher taxes, federal czars, government regulation. But have no doubt about the consequences. Changing America to a different country will mean abandoning the vision of your founders. It will mean betraying your ancestors and disinheriting your posterity. We can't have that. We can't have that. If you ask me for my PowerPoint, I will send it to you. What I want you to know is this. I have a whole list of the strategies they used in the American Revolution to spread the word and poke it in the eye of the British. Thank you. The British came around. They're with us now. Okay? And if you ask me for this PowerPoint, I will send it to you. You can have the list, and you can bring around our opposition too. Thank you so much.
How do you give the hook to someone who's giving you such great information? That's just amazing. Thank you, Dr. Byrne. Thank you for coming out. Next time we'll give you 4 hours. We were going to give you a break, but we've just spoken right through it. So just suck it up until lunch. 2 quick things. We are going to take a brief break. We are making copies for DVDs. We'd like to know how many of you would be interested in case we start pre-printing. So we've got at least 30, 40, 50. I see that hand. 60. Okay, we'll let management know. Also, we have vendors here who are sitting in the patio area, melting in the sun, who would really like to have a little bit of your time and attention. So if you could do that on the break. And we will be back in 10 minutes and start promptly. So please enjoy your break and be right back. Thank you.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm live for the 15th Annual California Eagle Forum Conference in Costa Mesa, California. Thank you so much for being with us today, folks. Amazing speech by Dr. Mary Byrne. Unfortunately, she had to be interrupted as a break was scheduled. But Dr. Mary Byrne, if you want to find out more about her, she heads up she's the co-founder, if you will, of the Missouri Coalition Against Common Core. There's a ton on that webpage about Common Core, something you definitely need to check out. Amazing morning here at the conference. Starting it out with Andrew Lowe, who is just gave an unbelievable speech first thing in the morning, followed up with Dr. David Lehman, and he covered the important facts on Islam, and that was a truly great presentation. And then Steve Jackson talking about the American Christian Foundation. That was very insightful, very intelligent, and very engaging. And, of course, ending with Dr. Mary Byrne, who really, I mean, if you weren't watching at home, got a standing ovation for her presentation, and rightfully so. We have so much more to come up this afternoon. Interviews, comments, concerns. We're talking to a lot of different people. Earlier this morning, we will replay, at some point today, we will replay Pastor Rafael Cruz and Orlean Curlow here, who sat in with Jason Miller. It was a great presentation as well. And all that's coming up at lunch. We'll have a couple of lunchtime interviews, as well as we'll sit down specifically with Andrew Lowe and talk a little bit more about his history as well. And really, we're going to get into the crowd later on. Jason, Corey Evans here, he's going to get into the crowd, talk to some people. I will probably take lunch like a normal human being because I'm just lazy. let them do the great work. So we're really looking forward to that as well. But real quick, we're going to take a commercial break. And when we come back, I'm going to kind of wrap up what's going to come up this afternoon after lunch, going into lunch. So we are live here on SHR Media from the California Eagle Forum 15th Annual Conference. We'll be back in 3.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians,
You got a business. You didn't build that.
a team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean,
Dude, I'm not saying cat for the stupid promo.
Sackhead Clint,
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
This is Tammy Jackson, inviting you to join me on The Tammy Jackson Show every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Pacific on the 405radio.com. Put down that remote and tune into the show that covers politics, guns and the Second Amendment, religious liberties, sanctity of life, the military, and more. I host newsworthy guests and work hard to be a conservative radio show that's not like all the others. So save Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific for me, Tammy Jackson, on the 405media.com.
Who listens to the Andrea Kaye Show? Let's find out as we eavesdrop on listener Roger Johnson in Encinitas.
You know, if our policy is going to be bring any child who comes across the border and says coordination, we got to take them in.
Okay, so apparently Roger fell asleep in the middle of my brilliant political tirade, and now he plans to sue me because I put him on the air, sleeping. Obviously, he's a liberal.
Snoring, not an option while listening to The Andrea Kaye Show, Tuesday mornings at 11 on Financial News and Talk.
You know I'm right. Y'all know I'm right.
Hello, I'm Matt, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the continuing relevance of the Constitution.
Many argue today that the Constitution is outdated because it addresses problems peculiar to the 18th century. Some parts of the Constitution do read rather quaintly. Consider the injunction against titles of nobility in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. But is that so outdated? The purpose of the injunction is to prevent the government granting special privileges to some for partisan reasons. This strikes at the heart of the rule of law. The crony capitalism so common today is a place where the government bestows favors and tax dollars on some businesses to give them a leg up over others. This is exactly the kind of thing the Constitution was meant to prohibit. The Constitution is not so outdated after all.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To join the national conversation on the Constitution, go to constitutionminute.com.
And welcome back.
We are back.
Welcome back to the 15th Annual California Eagle Forum. We are live in Southern California, Costa Mesa, a place I've never been. We are in a little bit of a short break here. Coming up in the afternoon, or after 11, we're going to hear from David Whitley, and then 11:15, Pastor Rafael Cruz, who is, of course, the father of Senator Ted Cruz. We're going to have a video, and then we're going to roll right through the afternoon. So we're pretty excited about that. 2:10, we're going to have Brad Daskus talking about current California legislation that affects freedoms and individual liberty. Bonnie will speak. We're going to have Mayor Scott Voights. We're going to have Rosie Avila, school board trustee. And if you give me about 30 seconds, I think I'm going to be able to get Andrew Lowe here to sit down and have a conversation with us before we go back to the stage. I know we only have a few minutes, but he's been gracious enough to give us our time. So give me a minute. We'll come back with Andrew and go from there. And Sacco says 1 second. Always 1 second. It's over there. It is.
Back to the California Eagle Forum Conference on SHR Media and God Press Radio.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah. You'll use that mic, Andrew. All right. And we're back, and our first speaker of the day, who had an amazing story. If you haven't listened to him, you can when you get the replay, you definitely want to check it out. And we'll have him talk a little slow.
The accent gets me in trouble.
Yeah, Andrew Lowe joins me right now. I have the same issue coming from the East Coast. I'm constantly told to slow down. But good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here.
You had just an amazing story, but what was the most important message you wanted to convey today during your speech? What did you really want to get out there above all else?
It's really that people have to get engaged and confront this onslaught from the social engineers and the humanists that are just trying to undermine the country. That's probably it.
And coming here, obviously, for those who aren't paying attention, Andrew obviously wasn't born here in America, but is currently living the American dream. And how awesome is that?
That is really awesome. I'm doing real estate right now up in the Bay Area, and so it's totally the American dream. The economic opportunity here that I'm currently able to take advantage of is absolutely far beyond anything that we have at home.
Yeah, and for those who haven't figured it out, you're obviously from Northern Ireland.
Yep,
and
a wee country.
How long ago did you come on over to the States?
Full time, I've been here since September 2008.
And from before you even came here, the interest of liberty and freedom, and we talked last night, obviously, after dinner, and all the things that really inspired to get you here and just live the dream. Can you tell me what was growing up in a place where you don't have that freedom presented as regularly and to yearn for that?
Well, of course, it's not really in our discussion at home or education, definitely in the government schools. So really the American ideals of liberty are really seen as a bit kooky. And, that's kind of how I was socialized. So whenever I came over here, I had to unlearn all that and really discover that the opportunity and what liberty brings is really just, it beats the liberal social engineer argument every time. And
you may not be able to tell me, what was the first thing when you got here that you said, what example of freedom that when you first got here, you're like, all right, this is it, this is where I need to be?
Well, an interesting thing happened. I was a teacher back in Ireland, and when I came over for the first time to Las Vegas, my earnings were out. I was being out-earned by about 4 times by pool cleaners. And so that was kind of the first thing that got me asking questions.
Okay, and what are your plans for the future? Office? Come on, you be a politician and get involved?
That's funny,
because you're crazier than me if you do.
There's a couple of There's a couple of people up in the Bay Area that would love me to do something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm just living the dream. I love the opportunity to talk to people, educate people, the ideals of liberty. From the First Amendment on, it's just all a really beautiful thing, and I try to communicate that in a kind of passionate way.
And I think one of the things that we lose in this country as Americans, and even those of us who are on the right and patriots, I don't think we always have the appreciation for the liberties we have on a day-to-day basis. Whereas if you talk to a lot of people who come here for those freedoms and those liberties that they can't take for granted because it was something they didn't have before, I think that's something that we, as quote-unquote natural born or whatever you want to call it, but could learn a lesson from, because we are a nation of immigrants. My forefathers were, hundreds obviously were, and one of the things that makes us different than any other country is when you come here, you can be whatever you want to be.
Oh yeah.
And within reason. Obviously, we're a nation of laws, and nobody will argue that. But I say it all the time: if you want to make millions of dollars and you want to put the work and hard effort into it, you can do it.
Yep.
Or if you just want to own the white picket fence, the 2.5 kids, and the car in the driveway, you have that opportunity too, and just be happy enough. Do you feel when you come here that you see, and I'm sure a lot when you look at those on the left, but you see people almost wasting their liberty and freedom and wasting that opportunity?
Oh, 100%. And, I talk with other immigrants that I know from, whether it be New Zealand, Australia, England, Ireland. Generally, I'd say 80% plus of those people all agree that there's just something special here where you can really make with your life what you want. And the locals who have kind of been brought up in prosperity, a lot of them take it for granted and squander the opportunity. They get this entitlement mentality, and that's why I think you're seeing so many immigrants doing doing a really great job of building their careers and their family.
Yeah, it's almost like they're more hungry for it.
100% hunger, definitely. The immigrants that come here, if they're hungry, they can make it.
And I think one of the greatest example of the how you've been blessed, obviously, is standing right behind me. Do you want to introduce this beautiful young lady, or?
Sure. Yeah. So I came all the way to America and managed to find someone with the same Ulster Scots heritage as I do. So, yeah, my wife Leslie's standing here, and you want to come say hello? Oh,
no.
She's being shy. My beautiful wife is a pharmacist up in the Bay Area, and I'm very blessed.
And I was very fortunate to talk and meet with the both of you last night and learn a lot. And I appreciate you being here. Like I said, you had a great presentation this morning, and we hope to talk to you here in the future. Why don't we send it to a break real quick? We are going to go back to the stage anytime now, and we'll fade right back from the break when the stage goes live again here on the SHR Media Network. You listen to the Eagle Forum Conference, 15th annual, Costa Mesa, California. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
No worries.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians,
You got a business. You didn't build that.
a team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean.
Dude, I'm not saying cow for the stupid promo.
Sackhead Clint.
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
Also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
And welcome back to the 15th Annual Eagle Forum Conference here on SHR Media and Pundit Press Radio. I'm Jason Miller, live at the Calvary Chapel in Costa Mesa here, and we are just awaiting the return from break here. And as we go back to the stage here in just a couple moments, we'll tell you who is coming up on the program, and they are trying to keep the program on time. Senator John Murlock will be introducing here at 11:15. I believe we're a little late today, so David Whiteley, I believe, will be the speaker today. Coming up next, it's a possibility, I've heard from conference officials, it's a possibility they may move Pastor Rafael Cruz up, and we are still awaiting John Murlock, Senator John Murlock, the MC. Okay, we're going to go ahead and send it down to the floor. Here's Senator John Murlock, the MC, as we get right back into it. Our Media Network.
He would call himself a perpetual student of history, which we should all be. And he's also a student of politics and religion. He is a regular contributor of opinions at eaglerising.com, and he's also the author of the conservative directory, The Little Black Book of the Cultural Counter-Revolution. Please, let's give a warm welcome to David Whitley.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I deeply appreciate the fact that Eagle Forum has invited me to come speak to you today. And I have brief comments so that we can stay on track. I promise not to go long. I didn't bring a laptop or a teleprompter, so we don't have to worry about setting that up. But we have to realize that there are threats from the inside, from our being complacent, from our not taking charge and stepping up. By getting out into the community and not only shedding our light, but being salt to a bland and tasteless culture that happens to be invading the church and invading America. And many of us complain about career politicians. And what I see across America is a vibrant people who are God-fearing individuals, but they've become career citizens, and they're not stepping up, and they're not speaking out. And so one of our focuses here today is this idea of restoring America and rebuilding our Christian foundations here in America. And in order to do that, we need more people to step up, to be loud and vocal in the public arena. When things are happening, when people are talking about particular issues or things come up out in the public, we need to be bold enough to stand up and to proclaim a righteousness that others can be proud of. Because when we do stand up, people will follow us. And I found that in my own life. 10 years ago, I wasn't very vocal in public. And when you do that and you take that risk and you get past that fear, people do pat you on the back and encourage you. And so I want to do that here today, to encourage everybody to step up. Those of you that got up out of bed this morning and came here, you're already ahead of the curve. Many of you are very active, probably already in your church and your community. But Phyllis Schlafly, I want to thank her for Eagle Forum, because many, many years ago, when she formed Eagle Forum, what she did is she caused a ripple like a pebble in a pond that reaches us here today. Had she not taken that action 40, 50 years ago, we wouldn't be sitting here today. So the things that you do today will ripple all across not only America, but across time, and it will affect other people, your family, your children, your grandchildren. And maybe you can start something, an active ministry that will eventually result, long after you're gone, of people showing up at a venue like this to speak about these issues so that we can once again regain our culture. You know, we don't know what our calling is. We don't know if we're Joshua and our calling is to tear down walls, or whether we're Nehemiah and our calling is to build up walls, or whether we're a small shepherd boy who needs to bring down a Goliath. But we all have a calling, we all have a purpose, and it's really something that we need to find and step up and reach out and try to reach that goal and have that vision. We need to be heroes to our children and our family and our neighbors and the community around us, to inspire them so that they have heroes. We've all grown up with our heroes, our founding fathers, great presidents, individuals that have inspired you in your life. Each one of you has the ability to inspire somebody else. So I encourage you here today to take an extra step, to do a little bit more, and to become just a bit more active in your community, more vocal in the public arena, because what's happening is the culture is flavoring the church. The church should be flavoring the culture. The culture is bringing in a darkness to our country, and we always focus on external forces, but as we all know, that if we hide our light under a bushel, the darkness just appears. It's not a force that's rushing in to fill the void. It's simply what happens when our light goes out. So each and every one of us needs to be a light in the community, and if enough of us light up our particular area, the darkness in the world will eventually go away. Thank you so very much for your time today.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, but before I do, I just want to share a little thought, because one of the first items I had to vote on as a senator was on one of the two statues that we have in Washington, D.C. to represent the state of California. And Mary Byrne was really good about giving a lot of history on the East Coast and the Puritans and the Quakers, and how we had Christians leaving from England and Leiden, Netherlands, and came to the East Coast. But at the same time, we had Spanish missionaries on the West Coast. And so we had, in 1769, the founding of the Mission San Diego. And in 1776, we had the founding of the Mission San Juan Capistrano. In fact, we had a resolution just recently commending the wine industry, and it was so nice to watch Sonoma stand up and Napa stand up. And I stood up and I said, I just want to remind you that the first vineyard, and the first winery in California were in Orange County. And then I had the gall to say, and the first miracle was turning water into wine. So I say that because this state has an incredible spiritual history, and I think it gets overlooked. We are just south of the city of the angels. I fly every week to the city of the sacraments. We have cities named after saints. San Diego, Saint Anna, Santa Ana, San Rafael, Santa Barbara, Santa Monica. I mean, the fingerprints are everywhere of a spiritual history in this state. Santa Rosa, we can go on forever. Santa Cruz, San Jose. Don't get me going, Charlotte. I've only got a minute. But it is now my pleasure to introduce San Rafael. Pastor Cruz is the father of U.S. Senator Ted Cruz of the great state of Texas. I so much wanted to wear my Don't Mess with Texas shirt today. San Rafael embodies the American dream. He was born in Cuba. He suffered under a cruel, oppressive dictator. He began fighting Batista's regime as a teenager. He was imprisoned and tortured, beaten nearly to death, simply to be free. San Rafael, can I keep doing that? Can I do that? No. Pastor Rafael Cruz arrived in Texas in 1957 with just the clothes on his back and $100 sewn into his underwear. Maybe you could explain that at a later time. He got a job making 50 cents an hour and worked his way through the University of Texas while learning English. After graduating, he built a small business and soon became active in conservative politics during the Ronald Reagan years. Today, he is a pastor based in North Texas, serving as the director of Purifying Fire Ministries, which ministers in the U.S., Mexico, and Central America. He is also a professor of Bible and theology and the president of Kingdom Translation Services. Get ready to have the house rocked. Pastor Cruz.
Let's forget the San. It's not about me, it's all about him. Let's have the slide on, please. I want to start by just giving you a little bit of story. About 2 years ago, my son Ted and I were at a pastor's conference in Ames, Iowa. At this conference, I heard a statistic that really burdened me. The statistic said that a large percentage of evangelical Christians were not registered to vote, and of those that were registered to vote, about half of them did not vote in the last election. Well, I came home really burdened by this statistic, and in my quiet time with the Lord, what I felt the Lord was saying was this: if there's one group of people I could blame for what's happening in America, it is the pastors. The Lord took me to a passage of Scripture in Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 17, which says, "Son of man, I call you as a watchman on the wall," basically to do two things. Number one, to hear from me, that is to hear from God, and number two, to warn the people. And I felt that I heard the mandate from God. And the mandate was, go tell my pastors to go warn my people. Since then, I have done in excess of 65 pastors' conferences all across America. Probably spoken to somewhere between 10,000 to 15,000 pastors, trying to get them to understand, both from a biblical standpoint and from a historical standpoint, as to why they need to be involved in the civic society. The Bible says no other foundation can be laid than that which is already laid, which is Jesus Christ, our Lord. When we start on a foundation of Jesus Christ, and we have to look at this slide from the bottom up, that foundation begins with a personal relationship with the living God. And then we begin to walk in accordance with God's precepts. We call that in America a Judeo-Christian ethic, and I will be talking a little more about that in a minute. And then the fruit of the Spirit is supposed to be on. The light is not on, but I can speak loud enough, but the light is not on. Maybe the battery's on. Somebody wants to look at it. I hate to stand behind the podium. That's a separator, so I'll just stand to the side. Anyway, then we begin, as we walk with Him, the character of Christ begins to manifest in us as the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, and the rest of it. And God gives us a purpose in life, a direction in life. And I will say, if there is something that characterizes the life of a Christian, it is that we live a life of contribution. I don't think there's a higher calling in the Christian life than for us to invest our lives into the lives of others. That's what the Christian life is all about. The net result of that lifestyle, is it working now? No. The net result of that lifestyle is a free society with respect for the individual. The Bible also says, if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? You see, the world has set up other foundations. I want to talk to you about the most prevalent of those, and that is secular humanism. Secular humanism basically says there is no God, you're your own God. There are no moral absolutes. As a matter of fact, their mantra is, if it feels good, do it. So that society is characterized with a lot of immorality and debauchery and crime and everything else. The challenge is that secular humanism has crept into a lot of churches today. So we find a lot of churches across America preaching what I call the social gospel, trying to look more like the world with the excuse of attracting the world. Am I on now? Okay, great. So what happens is this: people come to these churches and they don't see anything different, because they talk and act just like the world. And the church loses its impact upon society. And then there's this other term that we've been hearing for the last 5 or 6 years: social justice. I mean, the liberals are great about names, aren't they? Social justice sounds so good. I mean, who would want social injustice? But we need to define the terms. What is social justice? Where does that terminology come from? Well, it comes right out of Karl Marx. Social justice is collectivism. It is the rights of the group. It denies individual responsibility, which is the biblical concept. It divides everybody into a series of small groups, makes every group feel like a victim that needs a handout. So now let's think about this for a minute. These people don't believe in God, so they cannot rely on God. There is individual responsibilities destroyed, so there is no self-reliance. So if they cannot rely on God, and there is no self-reliance, the only thing left is rely upon almighty government. So it creates a dependent society that keeps growing, and as it grows, it is controlled more and more by a totalitarian central government. That is the definition of socialism. Now, we find the church silent in the midst of all of these. And there are a series of excuses. The first one is separation of church and state. And actually, I was surprised and disappointed that I heard someone in this meeting talking in a group, talking about, well, what about separation of church and state? Let me tell you, I know the Constitution very well. I know the Declaration even better. Separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. It's not in the Declaration. Where does it come from? Well, to understand it, we have to go back about 400 years. When those people were living in England in the early 1600s, if you were not a member of the Church of England, you were considered a heretic and you were persecuted. That's what caused the Pilgrims to come to America. To come to have the freedom to worship Almighty God. Do you realize how unique America is? This is the only country on the face of the earth which was formed on the Word of God. Not even Israel, because there was no Word of God when Israel was formed. So we are absolutely an exceptional country in spite of what the president tells us. So now, we move from when the Pilgrims arrived, we move 200 years forward to the time of the framers. All 13 colonies were concerned as to whether this new constitutional representative republic that was being formed would impose upon them a state religion like their forefathers had escaped from England. All 13 colonies were concerned. The Danbury Baptists expressed that concern to then President Thomas Jefferson. And Jefferson writes a letter to the Danbury Baptists, and I want to point out 3 things on that letter. Number 1, he says, in matters of faith and worship, those are only between you and God, and no one has the right to interfere. Very clear. Number 2, he says, the legislature shall not establish a religion or prohibit the free exercise thereof. In other words, quoting verbatim the First Amendment of the Constitution. And then he says, thus erecting a wall of separation between church and state. If you look at those 3 statements in context, it is absolutely obvious that Jefferson is talking about a one-way wall. A one-way wall to keep government from establishment of state to religion. A one-way wall to keep government from infringing upon our free exercise of religion. In no way, shape, or form can you infer that Jefferson was talking about the church not having an influence upon every area of society. And as a matter of fact, the Bible tells us the opposite. We should be having an influence upon arts and entertainment, upon the media, upon sports, upon education, upon business, upon government. Let me talk a little bit about history. Let's go back about 50 years. 1962 and 1963, 2 abominable decisions of the Supreme Court. In 1962, they removed prayer from schools. In 1963, they removed the Bible from schools. Now, the interesting thing about the Bible is this. Did you know that the very first Bible printed in America was printed under the auspices of Congress to be the principal textbook in primary schools, high schools, and universities? And now, in 1963, 62 prayers taken out of school, 63, the Bible is taken out of school. And the church remains silent. Their excuse, it's a political issue. How can you call prayer a political issue? How can you call Bible reading a political issue? But that's exactly what the church did. The consequence, you look at the statistics. Teen pregnancy skyrocketed after 1963, and so did violent crime. As a matter of fact, even from an economic standpoint, we spend billions, perhaps trillions, fighting crime that was caused as a result of removing prayer and Bible study from the schools. 10 years later, 9 unelected justices in the Supreme Court decided that a baby in the womb did not have that unalienable right to life as stated in the Declaration of Independence. And they legalized abortion. Again, the church remained silent. Same excuse, it's a political issue. 58 million babies have been murdered by abortion in America. God help us. We as the people of God need to fall on our faces in corporate repentance for the sin of abortion. Let me tell you, the blood of 58 million babies cries out to God like the blood of Abel did. 2 years ago, you remember when Proposition 8 was passed in California. And then the Supreme Court overrode the will of the people of California and said, no, you have no right to do that. We saw this last Tuesday. The Supreme Court hearing arguments to legalize homosexual marriage. Now, make no mistake, this case is not about homosexual rights. This case is about religious freedom. Because you see, if they rule that there is a civil rights here, let me tell you, pastors that are here, the next step is going to be the government, if they uphold homosexual marriage and homosexuality as a class that has civil rights protection, the next step is going to be for the government to come to your churches and demand that you hire a homosexual pastor. Demand that you perform homosexual weddings. And you are going to come to a challenge in your belief system. What are you going to do if you're faced with that challenge? Are you going to obey God, or are you going to violate your faith? This is coming. The question is, how long are we going to be silent? But there's a more important question. Are we going to have to answer to God for our silence? You know, silence is not an option. Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer in Nazi Germany said, silence in the face of evil is evil itself. Silence is not an option. Now, the next excuse, and actually this excuse, when I hear it from a pastor, they use a voice like this: God just called me to preach the gospel. Well, I asked them, tell me what is the gospel? Because the gospel is a lot more than John 3:16. As a matter of fact, instead of my answering that question, I'm going to let the Apostle Paul answer that question. In Acts chapter 20, the Apostle Paul says, my hands are free from the blood of all men, because I have not shunned to declare unto you the whole counsel of God. The whole counsel of God is from Genesis 1:1 to the end of Revelation. But let me tell you what many pastors across America do. They read the Bible with a pair of scissors. Well, this passage of Scripture does not go along with my denominational doctrine. Let's cut it out. And different denominations cut out different passages. Many pastors, the majority, have cut out Romans chapter 1 because it's not politically correct. Did you know that today, if you preach on Romans chapter 1 in Canada, you will be put in prison? Because Romans chapter 1 in Canada is called hate speech. That's what we may see if the Supreme Court rules like many are afraid it will. Now, Jesus said, you're the light of the world. But let me tell you what we do. We come to our churches with our little flashlights, pointing the light on one another. Boy, are we great about criticizing one another, about gossiping about one another. But light is worthless unless you point it to darkness. That's out there in the marketplace. Let's stop playing church inside the four walls and take the church out there to a dying world. Jesus also said, you're the salt of the earth. Well, salt is a preserver. But for salt to preserve anything, you have to put it upon that which you want to preserve. It is about time that we fight to preserve the sanctity of life. It is about time that we fight to preserve the sanctity of marriage. It is about time that we fight to preserve the virtue and the purity of our teenagers. Now, there's a message. Look at what Proverbs 17:15 says. He who justifies the wicked, or he that condemns the just, both of them are an abomination to the Lord. He that justifies the wicked. Let me ask you a question. If you're silent, are you not justifying the wicked? As I said before, silence is not an option. Now, the most common excuse of all, I am sure everybody here has heard it. Perhaps many of you have even said it. Politics is a dirty business. I don't want any part of it. Have you heard it? Yes. I'm not going to ask you if you said it. Politics is a dirty business. I don't want any part of it. Let me show you what Proverbs 29:2 says. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, people mourn. I'm going to repeat it. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, people mourn. Now, if the righteous are not voting, the people of faith, the people of principle are not voting, they're not even running for office, what is left? The wicked electing the wicked. And it becomes our fault. Let me tell you, don't go around saying God put Obama in power. Don't blame God for our sitting on our rear ends in our pews instead of exercising our civic responsibility. It is our fault. When the majority of Christians are not voting, every time you go like that, you got 3 fingers pointing at you. Now, did you know that the Bible tells you exactly who to vote for? Very clearly tells you who to vote for. Let me put it in context. Moses has just crossed the Red Sea. Now Moses is in the wilderness trying to govern about 1 million people. And Moses is going bananas. And here comes his father-in-law, Jethro. And he says, Moses, what you're doing is not good. And in Exodus chapter 18, verse 21, God speaks to Moses through Jethro. And he says, you select from among the people. Now note that God doesn't say, I will appoint. No. You select, which is the same as you elect from among the people. And then he gives 4 qualifications. Able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. I'm going to repeat it again. Able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. That is how you vet every candidate. Now let's define those terms. Able men and women, of course. What does that mean? That means elect men and women who are capable of doing the job. Let's stop electing the village idiot. Number 2, such as fear God. What does it mean to fear God? Well, if you fear God, you obey God's precepts. We call that in America a Judeo-Christian ethic. What is a Judeo-Christian ethic? Well, first of all, it's a moral code of conduct. Read the last 6 commandments. That's the moral code of conduct. And then it is honesty, integrity, hard work, individual responsibility, the rule of law, and yes, free enterprise and limited government. And the Bible has lots to say about all of those. So able men, such as fear God. Number 3, men of truth. Let me ask you a question. Aren't you sick and tired of men and women of lies in government? I mean, look at what you have today. It is lies upon lies upon lies upon lies. As a matter of fact, they tell you one lie to cover up the previous lie. Whether it is Fast and Furious, or Benghazi, or the NSA, or the IRS, or Ebola, or the missing emails, or monies from foreign governments, it's all lies. Now let me ask you another question. Have you ever had a candidate for public office come to you and give you all these great promises about all these wonderful things they're going to do, only to get elected and do exactly the opposite? Anybody? But you know that one is easy to fix. Just listen to this. Stop listening to their rhetoric and start looking at their record. Stop listening to what they say. Start looking at what they do. Jesus put it this way: ye shall know them by their fruit. It is about time we do some fruit checking. So able men, such as fear God, men of truth. Number 4, hating covetousness. Now I'll tell you something interesting about covetousness in government. It is not primarily about money. It is rather about power and control. Politicians covet power, and they covet the control that power gives them over we the people. That's why we have politicians in Washington that have been there for 30 years. And they want to be there another 20. They don't want to relinquish that power. But the scripture continues. And it says, and place him over them as rulers of 1,000, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, rulers of 10. So the model you see here is Moses, rulers of 1,000, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, rulers of 10. That's equivalent to state government, federal government, state government, county government, local government. Verse 22. And only take up to Moses, that is to the federal government, matters of great importance. Everything else you handle yourself at the local level. That is the essence of federalism. That is the essence of limited government. That's Article 1, Section 8, that's the Constitution, that's the 9th Amendment, and the 10th Amendment. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution is called the enumerated powers of Congress. 18 powers described in Article 1, Section 8. If it ain't there, federal government's got no business being involved in it. Just to go back to what Mary was talking about a little while ago. Let me tell you a couple of things that are not in Article 1, Section 8. The word education. Nowhere in Article 1, Section 8. Let me ask you something. Does it make sense to have a bunch of unelected bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., telling us how to educate our children and grandchildren? No. You can respond. You're awake, eh? No, that decision needs to be at the local level between parents, teachers, and perhaps a local school board. According to Article 1, Section 8, the Department of Education is unconstitutional. We ought to get rid of it. Let me tell you another word that is not in Article 1, Section 8. It's the word environment. Let me tell you, if there are two entities that have done more to destroy the economy of this country, it is the EPA and the Endangered Species Act. Just ask the people of Southern California about that little minnow in that dam that is causing a drought in all of Southern California because of the so-called Endangered Species Act. And it's only being used to control we the people. Now, you know, you look at the Declaration of Independence. 17 grievances against King George in the Declaration of Independence. Did you know that each and every one of those grievances were preached from the pulpits of America? Before they were written on the Declaration, it was preachers from the pulpit calling out King George for the atrocities that the British were perpetrating upon the American people. The question is, where are those pastors today? You know where the majority of them are? Hiding behind their pulpit. Scared to death of losing their tax exemption, even though no church in America has ever lost its tax exemption for speaking on the political arena. None. Zero. Scared to death of offending people, of having people leave the church and consequently income leave the church. Scared to death to be politically incorrect. Well, it is about time they become biblically correct instead of politically incorrect. Political. Let me ask you another question. Do you know where Paul Revere was going? When he was writing, "The British are coming, the British are coming," he was going somewhere. He was going to the home of a pastor that, again, Mary alluded to, Pastor Jonas Clark. At the home of Pastor Jonas Clark were two other patriots, John Hancock and Samuel Adams. The very first battle for our independence was the Battle of Lexington. Even though it's been erased from our history books, the man commanding the Battle of Lexington was Pastor Jonas Clark. All the people fighting with him were the men from his congregation. Second battle for our independence, the Battle of Concord. Who was in charge? The pastor of the church in Concord. Again, the men fighting with him were the men from his congregation. That, unfortunately, has been erased from our history books. Let me talk to you about another pastor who was also mentioned, Pastor Peter Muhlenberg. Pastor Peter Muhlenberg was one of many pastors that were the most feared men by the British Army. They all wore long black robes. They were called the Black Robe Regiment. Pastor Peter Muhlenberg is preaching one Sunday on Ecclesiastes chapter 3. He concludes with verse 8 that says there's a time for war and a time for peace. He begins unbuttoning his black robe as he says, "This is a time for war." And as he takes his black robe off, it uncovers his colonel's uniform in the Continental Army. He turns to his congregation and says, "How many of you men will follow me to go fight for our independence?" 300 men left that Sunday to go fight for the freedom that you and I enjoy today. That is our heritage that has been erased from our history books. You know, you also hear, especially the liberal media, telling you, and of course the government, about how secular our framers were. Nothing could be further from the truth. 29 of the 56 signers of the Declaration were seminary graduates, over half of them. I don't have time to tell you about Jefferson and Franklin, which both of them are called deists. They're called the most ungodly. You don't know that it was Benjamin Franklin that saved the Constitutional Convention. When they had been meeting for about 4 weeks, and it was about to fall apart. And it was this so-called ungodly man, Benjamin Franklin, that addresses the president of the convention, George Washington, and says, "Sir, how is it we have not once called upon the Father of lights to illuminate our understanding? Or do we believe that we no longer need his assistance? Sir, when we started our battle for Great Britain, in this very place, we met every morning for prayer, seeking his protection. Those prayers were graciously answered. Sir, I have lived a long life, and the longer I live, the more assured I am of this truth, that God governs the affairs of men. If a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can be built without his aid? As the Holy Scriptures tell us, unless the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. If we proceed to build this without him, we will fare no better than the builders of Babel." And he concluded by saying, "I beseech you therefore that from now henceforth, Before we proceed with our deliberations, we meet in this very chambers every morning for prayer, seeking his wisdom and direction. They left the Constitutional Convention that day. They all met at the church of Pastor Witherspoon, one of the signers of the Declaration. They spent 3 days in fasting and prayer. When they came back, they were in a totally different spirit. And a few weeks later, they gave us the greatest document that has ever been written outside of the Bible, the Constitution of the United States of America. You know, we look at the Constitution, and we need to realize that the reason the Declaration and the Constitution have lasted over 2 centuries is because those 2 documents were forged on the knees of the framers. You know, for millennia, the model for government has always been the same. This is a man-made model, and the model has been authority flows from God to the government to the people. I repeat, this is not God's model. It is man's model. Even in the Old Testament, in Samuel chapter 8 that Mary is referred to, the people of Israel came to the prophet Samuel, demanded, we want a king just like the other nations around them had. Before that, they were ruled by judges that arose from among the people. Now they place themselves on that same man-made government. Authority flows from God to the government to the people. Read 1st and 2nd Chronicles, 1st and 2nd Kings, see all the problem that caused. But when the framers were on their knees, seeking revelation from above, revelation is what they got. And God gave them a totally different model. No longer authority flows from God to the government to the people, but rather authority flows from God to the people to the government. From God to the people to the government. All authority under the Constitution is placed upon we the people. It is not coincidental that the first 3 words in the Constitution are we the people, because that's where all authority resides. And with that authority comes an awesome responsibility for us to elect righteous leaders. I go back to Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, people mourn. Let me share with you very quickly about Charles Finney. Charles Finney said, brethren, our preaching will bear its legitimate fruits. If immorality prevails in the land, the fault is ours to a great degree. If there's a decay of conscience, the pulpit is responsible for it. If the press lacks moral discrimination, oh my, oh my, oh my. Is that happening today? He says the pulpit is responsible for it. Now, lest those of you who are not preachers say, he's not talking to me. Let me tell you, each and every one of us has a pulpit. It may be the place where you work. It may be the place where you go to school. It may be your family. We all have a pulpit. Now, of course, the pastor bears a greater responsibility because to whom much is given, much is required. He also said, if the church is degenerate and worldly, is that happening today? He says the pulpit is responsible for it. If the world loses its interest in religion, the pulpit is responsible for it. Look at the other 2. If Satan rules the halls of legislation, note he doesn't say it's the fault of the politicians. He says the pulpit is responsible for it. If our politics has become so corrupt that the very foundations of our government are ready to fall away, the pulpit is responsible for it. And let me tell you why he says that. He said, let us not ignore this fact, my dear brethren, but let us lay it to heart and be aware as to our responsibility in respect to the morals of this nation. Let me tell you the biggest lie that we have allowed the liberal to cram down our throats. And again, it's a lie that I'm sure all of you have heard it. Perhaps some of you have even repeated. And it is this: politics cannot legislate morality. That is a lie. Politics legislates morality all the time. What do you think it was when they legalized abortion in 1973? What do you think it is? What happened against Proposition 8? What do you think it is what happened this Tuesday at the Supreme Court? Politics legislates morality all the time. But if the wicked are in authority, they're going to legislate their wicked immorality upon us. That's why it behooves us to elect righteous leaders. Another pastor in Nazi Germany, Pastor Martin Niemöller, he says, first they came for the socialists. And I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. And I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. And I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Finally, they came for me. And there was no one left to speak on my behalf. Pastor Martin Niemöller was arrested one evening. He was a Lutheran pastor, so he wore the black garb with a white collar. He's thrown into a holding tank with a bunch of drunks. The next morning, a Lutheran chaplain dressed just like Niemöller walks into that jail, and he sees a guy dressed just like him in that jail cell, and he says, "Brother, why are you in there?" Niemöller looks at him and says, "My dear brother, considering what's happening in our nation today, why are you not in here with me?" Apply that to what's happening today and take it to heart. We have to stop being passive. We have a responsibility to elect righteous leaders. We have to be biblically correct instead of politically correct. Let me tell you, there is nothing that we should aspire more than to one day hear our Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Let me leave you with some action steps very quickly. Number one, every church in America should have a voter registration table in their lobby all the time. Voting is our civic responsibility, but you cannot vote if you're not registered to vote. Now, let me tell you, don't go to your church and tell the pastor to do it. Pastor's got enough things. You tell him, "I will do it." But let me tell you, for it to work, it has to be promoted from the pulpit. If the pastor does not promote it, it won't work. I remember I said that to a member of a large church. 2 weeks later, I saw this lady all excited, saying, "Last week, I registered 3 people to vote." And it's a big church. And I said, did the pastor promote it? "Oh, no, I just asked him for permission." He said, if he had promoted it, instead of 3, it would have been 300. It has to come from the pulpit. And they need to realize that's not political. It is our civic responsibility. Yes. Number 2, we need to encourage pastors, people of faith, to run for public office, all the way from dog catcher, city council, school board, county commissioner, every position of government. And we need to encourage people to vote. Number 3, we need to encourage them to preach on the issues that affect America today from the pulpit. Number 4, they need to pass out voter guides. Now, Eagle Forum puts out voter guides every election. You need to make sure every member of your congregation has a voter's guide. And number 5, again, this has to come from the pulpit. Encourage men and women in the churches to vote for candidates that uphold our biblical values. I want to finish with the last few words of the Declaration, where those framers said, relying upon the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Our lives are under attack from the cradle to the grave. We already talked about how abortion has killed 58 million babies. It's not much better on the other end. Right now there's a euthanasia bill in Sacramento waiting to be passed. Obamacare, you think it's going to be any different than what's happening with socialized medicine in England and in Canada, where for the elderly they have to wait 12 to 18 months? What makes you think it's not going to happen in America? It's already happening. We've seen veterans, men and women that put their lives on the line for our freedom, die because of denied care by the VA hospitals. That's a travesty. Our fortunes, let me tell you, this administration has both hands in your pocket. trying to take every hard-earned dollar you make to give it out in handouts to buy votes. But I'll tell you something. They can take our life. They can take our fortunes, but no one can take our honor. No one can take our honor. I'll tell you what. You ask those men and women and children in the Middle East that ISIS has said, you deny Jesus Christ or we'll cut your head. You haven't heard of a single case, even of a child denying Christ. They said, you can cut my head off, but I will not deny my Savior. Now, there's a question that you need to ponder. Are you willing to do the same? I'll tell you what, I want us to finish with making a covenant before God. I want us all to stand, please. I'm going to repeat this covenant that the framers made. And I want us to repeat it to one another from the heart before God. One statement at a time. Repeat it after me. From the heart. Relying upon the protection of divine providence. We mutually pledge to each other. Our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor to do all we can to exalt the name of Jesus Christ in America. To do all we can to restore righteousness to America. To restore limited government and the rule of law. To make America again that shining city on a hill to the glory of God. Thank you. God bless America. God bless California.
I'm Jason Miller, live in the SHR Media Studios. We're taking a break for lunch, and we'll be back in the Weekender in just 10 seconds.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
I'm Corey Evan, coming up in the Weekender. The death toll keeps rising out of Nepal, but a mother and child have also risen from the rubble. The royal baby sister has arrived, and a little girl's name suggestions abound in the UK. Little darlings. Dr. Mary Byrne from the Missouri Coalition Against Common Core and California Senator John Moorlach join us to sum up today's Eagle Forum Conference, the first half at least. How many times do I have to tell our dumb criminal friends, don't like a police post when they're looking for you? Let's Make a Deal gives you 1,001 reasons to tune into episode 1001. And today, as teens are looking for summer jobs, we look at the classifieds. Yeah! I can hear you out there cheering for that one. Any rate, that's all coming up today on the SHR Weekender, so spread your wings and fly with us. We're starting now. Anytime now. And we thank you very much for joining us for the SHR Weekender. As A little disorganized as we are, please forgive us, but we are live at the California Eagle Forum Conference right here in Southern California, Costa Mesa, Calvary Chapel. Thanks for having us, folks. And we'll go right into the news, starting out of Nepal. From Reuters, hundreds cheered as rescuers toiling amid rubble left by Nepal's earthquake pulled a boy and a woman to safety on Thursday after they'd been trapped for 5 days. A 23-year-old maid, Krishna Devi Kadka, was found lying along with the bodies of 3 other people, police said. Officials said the chances of finding more survivors were fading as the death toll topped 5,800, but Nepal's armed police force managed to save 15-year-old Pema Lama from the collapsed ruins of Kathmandu's Hilton Hotel. Away from the capital, aid was finally reaching some of Nepal's remote towns and villages nestled among mountains and foothills, where the extent of the damage and loss of life has yet to be properly assessed. From an army helicopter flying from Chautara, northeast of Kathmandu, toward the Tibet border, a Reuters witness estimated 70 to 80% of buildings had been severely damaged. In a remote village, an army medical team treated injured locals, and soldiers supervised the unloading of goods on a muddy expanse of ground next to a school that served as a helipad. In Chautara itself, a few people cleared rubble from the upper floors of the houses and mixed cement by the roadside as the long rebuilding process began. Many Nepalis have been sleeping in the open since Saturday's quake. According to the United Nudists, 600,000 houses have been destroyed or damaged. It said 8 million people had been affected, with at least 2 million in need of tents, water, food, and medicines over the next 3 months. An official from Nepal's Home Ministry said the number of confirmed deaths from the 7.8 magnitude quake had risen to 5,800 by Thursday afternoon, and almost 13,800 were injured. Anger over the pace of the rescue has flared in some areas, with Nepalis accusing the government of being too slow to distribute international aid that flooded into the country. It has yet to reach many in need, particularly in areas hard to reach given the quake damage and poor weather. Tension between foreigners and Nepalis desperate to be evacuated have also surfaced. In Langtang Valley, where 150 people are feared trapped, a helicopter pilot was taken hostage by local folks demanding to be evacuated first, one report said. In Ashrang village in Gorkha, one of the worst-hit districts about 4 hours by road west of Kathmandu, hundreds of Nepali villagers were living outdoors with little food and water, despite boxes of biscuits, juices, and sacks of rice and wheat being stored in a nearby government office. Police commandos shut the high iron gates of the building, refusing people access while they counted the relief supplies. But district facilitator Dipendra Shrestha said the local administration was doing what it could to get aid to victims and help foreign teams offering rescue and medical support. Stay with us here on SHR Media. We will go ahead and bring you the latest updates on that as they become available. Keep an eye on our Facebook page, facebook.com/SHR Weekender. Not yet. A couple stories too soon on that one. This time I've got help, and it's almost no better than doing it on my own. I kid, of course. But moving on to kids, the Duchess of Cambridge has given birth to a girl, Kensington police have announced to the BBC. The princess, who's fourth in line to the throne, was safely delivered at 8:34 British Standard Time, the palace statement said. The Duke of Cambridge, who was present for the birth of the 8-pound 3-ounce baby girl, brought his 21-month-old Prince George to visit his sister at St. Mary's Hospital, West London. He told the waiting crowds the couple were very happy. Both Catherine and her daughter are doing well, Kensington Palace said. The name of the baby will be announced in due course. The Prince of Wales, who had earlier said he was hoping for a granddaughter, and the Duchess of Cornwall said they were absolutely delighted. The latest royal joins the line of succession behind her grandfather, Prince Charles, father Prince William, and brother Prince George, who was born at the same hospital in July 2013. Hundreds of well-wishers have gathered outside St. Mary's Hospital to catch a first glimpse of the new princess. Some are seasoned royal watchers, like Margaret Tyler from Wembley, northwest London, had been waiting for the last 11 days, but no nights. I'm too old for that now, she said. Meanwhile, there have been lots of speculation about the name from small girls in the crowd, from Disney-inspired Belle and Ariel to Alex, Stella, and Rose. Like I said, the name suggestions abound from the little sweethearts. And everyone wants a selfie with Tony Appleton, who runs a care home in Chelmsford, Essex. And I will bring you the name of that baby as soon as it becomes available. But in the meantime, our guest is just arriving in the studio right now, Dr. Mary Byrne, excuse me. I flubbed the name on her. I'm so sorry about that. But she is, of course, the co-founder of the Missouri Coalition Against Common Core, and she joins us in studio right now. As she gets into place, I'll give her a moment here. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do things on the fly from time to time, but that's just the nature of this conference. We've had to do that quite a bit. Dr. Mary Byrne, we thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
It's a pleasure having you with us, by the way. This is Jason Miller.
Yes.
Sit in on this little
segment. I
segment.
invited Jason to join in on this special edition of The Weekender, just to keep things sane around here.
Insane. Yes. Insane in the studio today. You know, I enjoyed your speech this morning. What a passionate person. The only person who's just as passionate about you, speaking about Common Core, is Orlene Curlow, the California Eagle Forum president.
Frequent guest of the Evan Miller Report.
Right, and SHR Media contributor, per se. So explain how your coalition, the Missouri Coalition Against Common Core, started, and how you used grassroots to join with other organizations such as Eagle Forum.
It began from my own experience as a coordinator for curriculum assessment and accreditation at a small private university. I was actually in the graduate school responsible for coordinating the content of courses for teacher education. And while I'm doing this, I'm hearing information about Common Core coming through EdWeek, which is a Bill Gates funded media.
Yeah, one of our least favorite people in the world right now.
Yeah. And yet I was getting no official information coming down from the Department of Ed in the state where I was working. And I'm thinking this is really a disconnect, because Common Core was being billed as the best thing ever to happen to American education. Absolutely. And yet it's not coming down through official channels. So I left that job because it was a temporary situation, came back to Missouri and was intent on finding out just what this Common Core thing was. What always bothered me is that there was a sudden mushrooming of states adopting Common Core all at once.
Because they're all desperate for money right now.
Well, the question, and that money factor didn't manifest initially. It was just part of the publicity to say 46 states adopted Common Core. It must be fabulous. 46 states agreed on this, and I'm
well,
like,
someone's making money off of this.
Well,
and that is exactly
which
that is
state
exactly
started off with this? Was it the state of Missouri that was the first one to adopt Common Core?
No,
I thought it was Utah.
I thought that's what I had initially
actually
thought myself.
Kentucky, New York. They were the forerunners in this. But the point is, it was the money. But what's not well known is that it was state fiscal stabilization funds offered to the governor, and that came out of American Recovery Reinvestment Act money. So while we're being told we're saving, the car corporations and this sort of thing,
we're all paying for it in our taxes.
We're all paying for it. $48 billion was given to governors before the 4.3 was given to Race to the Top funds. The governors had to take that money, sign on for that, before even applying for Race to the Top funds. That's why you had a sudden mushrooming.
Holy cow is all I have to say about that.
So when I returned to Missouri, like I said, I did some of this research. I was working on a campaign for a state rep, and she's the one who had contact with two women in St. Louis, Ann Gassel and Gretchen Logue. Gretchen had been blogging about Common Core for at least a couple years, 2 years prior to my return to Missouri. But it's not until you can get the attention of legislators that you can really get the debate going about its appropriateness. I knew there was no other way to deal with getting their attention than saying, how are you paying for this? Where are you getting the money? The legislators knew nothing about it. They had not funded this in the state budgets. They knew nothing about the governor getting the money, bypassing the legislature and sending these grants directly down to superintendents.
That's how corruption works.
And
You don't give them the information that is involved in this when no one knows what's going on. That's how corruption sneaks through, just like slips in under the door.
And it was a brilliant design. I'll give them credit for that. So it was the governors and your commissioners.
Moment when you guys, when your organization said, "This is enough. we need to fight this? And when did you actually realize, hey, we are under threat here. We need to do something about this. They're taking over, literally like fleas biting a dog, to use one example.
It was January 2013. I knew we had to work quickly. So what we did was call the leadership of several conservative organizations, including Concerned Women for America. Eagle Forum was starting to publish some of its newsletters regarding Common Core. So that was in on the ground floor of it. We contacted other statewide agencies. You hear about national organizations like Freedom Works and so on against Common Core, but they have a limited ability to lobby in your state legislature. What you need is to contact existing organizations that have informed leadership about what's going on with Common Core, because they have their developed email lists and contact lists. If you can get the leadership to coalesce, then when you have bills to support or legislators to pressure, basically, you already have that node of organization leadership where they can contact their members and then get the statewide support you need to pass bills and inform. What happens is I get people all over the state inviting me to do presentations like this, and they invite their state reps and their senators, and that's how the legislators get informed, because you can't do it during a legislative session. It's crazy.
All right, absolutely is. Unfortunately, we have to wrap, but we got to get your information and put it up on our Facebook page, facebook.com/SHR Weekender, because I'm sure you've got a lot of information to disseminate to the public.
Where can people go get more information about your organization if they're interested in getting you to speak? Because obviously our audience earlier this morning, at least we got social media traffic on this, that you were probably, other than Pastor Rafael Cruz, you were one of the most popular speakers this morning. And obviously the audience loved what you were saying. I saw some high school kids down there, and their eyes were
when the
wide
high schoolers
open.
get in on it, you know it's a big deal.
Yeah, we're Missouri Against Common Core. That is .com.
Okay.
That's our website.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Mary Byrne, thanks so much for joining us. All right, we have our next guest coming in here in just a couple moments here, and that is the morning MC. Thank you very much. That was Dr. Mary Byrne. Thank her very much for taking a couple of minutes. The morning Master of Ceremonies for the event, Senator John Moorlach, is here. Why don't you come on in here, Senator? We'll get you hooked up here, mic and everything. Get you hooked up. And I'll just introduce the Senator, get a little bit of his bio here.
Yeah, because he is the Senator for the 37th Senate District of Southern California for the Costa Mesa area.
Right, 1/3 of Orange County. His areas he covers here in Orange County: Costa Mesa, Irvine, the city of Orange, Villa Park, Laguna Beach.
A lot of responsibility, essentially.
To name a few, and the population he supports about 1 million people. Quite many people in your district there,
like I
Senator
said.
Moorlach. But I want to go back to this morning. What a great Master of Ceremonies you are. Not only that, at least the people in the green room had a couple minutes to be in the green room today. People in the green room love your blunt sense of humor, sir. You may not be from Bryn, but you certainly sound British with your sense of humor.
Well, thank you. Life is real easy if you have one rule, and that is, if you can't have fun, why do it?
Exactly. That's how I live and run this place.
There you go. Well said from Corey Evan. I can't go after that for sure. So you were just newly elected. Why did you decide to run here in the debacle of California politics as we know it?
Well, I guess the answer is sort of multifaceted. One is that I'm a big California history buff. The second is I entered political life 20 years ago when I ran for county treasurer here in Orange County in 1994 on the premise that the finances of the county and the way the treasurer was investing our funds was inappropriate. I lost that election 60% to 40%, but 6 months later the county filed for Chapter 9 bankruptcy because the strategy imploded and the county lost almost $1.7 billion. So I was appointed in March of 95 to be the new treasurer. I served in that capacity for 12 years, and then I got mad about another fiscal concern, and that was the granting of massive pension benefit enhancements to our employees, our deputy sheriffs, and to our rank and file. So that created a massive unfunded liability overnight that is now ubiquitous around the nation as well. So I ran for supervisor and served 2 terms. We only have 2 terms in Orange County. And so when I was done, I thought, okay, I've given 20 years of my life, 1/3 of my life to public service. I can go back to the private sector, only to have just one person after another say, we'd really like you to run for something else. We trust you. And so the Senate seat came open. It was a special election. The top 2 would go to May 19th if no one got 50% plus 1.
Right, new California election laws. We love them. We hate them. I know we hate them as far as those being passed.
It was designed for a certain purpose, whether that's actually evolved into what they were hoping to receive. But there were 3 candidates, 3 Republicans. I was brutally attacked by my fellow opponent. There were 2 of us that were probably the top candidates, and so it was pretty nasty. You know, you have 2 people from the same party, but I stayed at the high ground and tried to stay on issues. And fortunately, election night, when the final votes came in, I was at 50.4, and that held after the provisionals were reviewed. So at 50.3.
And you were probably fearing you were going to have a runoff election and spend even more money, and we know that can get expensive. I've learned 3 states in this nation that gets very expensive when it's elections: New York, Chicago, and California. Chicago, Illinois, quite right, Corey, are some of the most expensive states you can actually decide to run in, and especially if you're trying to buy ad time in the Orange County television market, that's right on the LA TV market. It gets very expensive.
Yes. But you're also mentioning states that make up the bottom 5 in financial status. Yeah. California is 46th, and then we have to thank New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, and Massachusetts that we're not in last place. And so that was the driving force to say, hey, let's send an accountant up to Sacramento. We have no CPAs other than myself in the state legislature.
Well, my question is, why didn't you decide to run for state treasurer over state senator? You would have control over the books and try to rein in what we say is the runaway California budget as we know it. Because look at the state of California.
We're first in population, but almost worst in finances.
Absolutely. And it's like, we're almost literally on the brink of bankruptcy. And I'll give one city, the city of Los Angeles, is on the brink of almost going to bankruptcy themselves. And it's like, we can't hold our debt much longer here in the state. We got people moving out of here in droves.
Well, the first question was state treasurer.
Yes.
Maybe the state controller would have been a little more interesting. You do an analysis of the state of California, and you realize it's a very blue state. So to win as a Republican is rather remote. So I would have had to do it while I was a sitting supervisor, and I found that doing my job as supervisor was so consuming that to try and do even a local race is crazy time-wise. But to fly up, it's not a statewide race; it's a state-long race.
Yes.
And you better either have a pilot or you better be a pilot yourself.
Well, I worked a PR campaign with the
move
governor's
up and down
candidate.
the state.
I certainly know what you feel being all over the state. You're in a different part of the state every 2 hours, and this governor's candidate happened to lose, but it's like literally in a car driving around, and it's like we're in the car every 30 minutes doing a speaking event or doing a town hall. Yeah, it can get a bit crazy. So, what is your mission? You're just elected here in Orange County. What is your mission here for your constituency here in Orange County? What do you hope to get done other than trying to press our state capital up in Sacramento to try to balance their books?
Well, again, another multifaceted response, but as a supervisor, one of the first things I was able to do was renegotiate with our bargaining units the retiree medical. And we were able to take an unfunded liability of $1.4 billion and reduce it down to $400 million. So that's a 71% decrease. If we could do that in California, if I could help the governor and say, hey, Jerry, we did this 8 years ago. Let me show you how you can do it here. If we could reduce the state's unfunded liability for retiree medical by 71%, we would eliminate $50 billion in debt overnight.
And what about this, the pensions? Because you're going to drive the public employees unions, because the unions, whether it's the teachers unions or it has to do with the grocery unions, or the government unions,
it's going to drive them all insane.
It's going to drive them nuts. They don't like when you got to have to call the restructurer in, as they call it.
Well, we did that here in Orange County too, and I was supervisor. I put Measure J on the ballot in 2008, which requires that if we ever make an improvement on pension benefits in bargaining with the bargaining units, that before that benefit becomes effective, it has to be approved by the voters of the county. So we have sort of a valve in place. We also provided new tiers for new hires in 2009, one of the first municipalities to do that. We also addressed the egregiousness of granting retroactive benefits to the date of hire. So when you look at Governor Brown's PEPRA, the Public Employee Pension Reform Act, he included the prohibition of granting retroactive benefits. And I've worked with Governor Brown. Back then I did a lawsuit when he was still AG. So he and I are on the same wavelength. He's been badgered by me plenty as a supervisor, in doing pension reform.
So you have experience with the governor on these issues.
I am not loved by the unions. They were, all the independent expenditures that came out against me were from public safety and other public employee unions. They
sounds like they want to put you in a wood chipper or something like that.
Yeah. I have a long history, but what's unfortunate about the public pension issue is that the employees take it personal, and they shouldn't. This is a math problem.
It's a messaging thing from the union too, because the union tells them one thing, which it is not really what is the truth in this.
That's
so
right.
So the message is not clearly put out there, is it?
But the issue is we have to fix these pensions because they may get a postcard in the mail one day saying, sorry, you're not going to get your 100% benefit.
Right.
You're going to get a percentage of it because that's all that we've got left in the kitty, because the taxpayers just can't keep raising taxes all the time to pay for these benefits. So there's got to be some kind of prudence, some kind of good fiscal stewardship on both sides of the table to get in front of this problem, so you don't become the next city of San Bernardino or the next city of Stockton or the city of Vallejo.
Yes.
And you avoid what happened in Detroit, where the retirees actually had to take haircuts, or the city of Pritchard, Alabama, where they did run out of money and people are dying because they can't pay their utility bills to heat the house and they're freezing to death.
Well, you've looked at the books here for the state of California. How bad is it? We only hear murmurs here in the California media. We only know so much of how the state actually is. How bad off are we?
The report you want to look at is you go to the state controller's website and you ask for the comprehensive annual financial report. The acronym is CAFR. We call it a CAFR. It just came out 4 weeks ago, and it shows the unrestricted net assets for the state of California are a negative $117 billion.
Negative $117 billion?
So you divide, if you add to that the amount of money that is not included on the balance sheet for retiree medical, $72 billion, and unfunded pension liabilities, let's say $250 billion to be conservative. Now you're talking about a per capita liability for every man, woman, and child in California of $11,500. So if everybody chipped that in, we'd have everything paid off.
Yeah.
That would be
the classic liberal line. Oh, we got to raise taxes. That's how we're going to pay the bills off. I don't think it's a simple thing of raising taxes. And I hate to go after our politicians up in Sacramento. I know you're probably not one of those politicians, but you know what? Drink water. Don't drink the wine. Leave the wine in the Napa Valley for the customers to buy at the grocery store. Enough parties.
It's definitely sickening living in a state where our generation has to pay so much into essentially the baby boomers' retirement funds, and there's still not enough money for that, and it makes me want to move somewhere else. I can understand why so many people are leaving California.
Yeah, but today the Sacramento Bee reported that our population's gone almost up to 39 million. We're actually growing as a state.
I wonder how they managed that.
Yeah, you tell me the answer.
Yeah, the devil's in the details.
But there is a weather here. that makes it extremely attractive to stay in California.
We pay a lot for our sunshine, don't we?
That's
Yes,
the
we
quota.
do.
That's the quote.
Yes, we do. The weather here is wonderful. Just live in the Midwest or the East Coast for a brief time, and you'll want to stay in
Yes.
California.
Well, you're looking
Great
at a fellow
climate,
Bostonian
not so-
right over here on the thing. He was actually attracted probably to that better than the blizzards and everything you had to put up, Sean.
My wife made my decisions for me.
But we're seeing changes. Texas is now exporting more than California, so we're seeing a lot of activity occurring elsewhere, with a lot of families moving. You've got a tax structure that really penalizes the top 1%, if we want to use that term, and so there are a lot of wealthy individuals that are reflecting on maybe it's a good time to sell our mansion, and maybe we should move to Wyoming or Nevada or Florida or
And I've known people who have done that.
Absolutely.
The likes of Wyoming. Even some people have moved as far as Idaho. I know one friend of mine who moved all the way to Idaho. So, final question before we wrap up here with you. Of course, California here made national news a couple weeks ago when Governor Jerry Brown signed an executive
Governor
order.
Moonbeam to
as
us.
we like to say, cutting water for residents here in California by 25%. Then just announced earlier this week that he is penalizing people $10,000 for violating violating the drought restrictions here in the state. This is a government drought. Government drought that is being facaded by the governor to protect a bait fish. You know, how do we fight against our government when they're trying to protect a bait fish, and we're having water being blown from the Colorado mountains, blown into the San Francisco Bay when we could be filling our dams?
I think you may have answered the question.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
It's one of frustration,
but
I guess.
it certainly raises other issues. The first is, why are we spending $68 billion on a high-speed rail when there's no demand for train travel from here to San Francisco? So why are we not looking at desalination? We've got 800 miles of coastline that we could utilize to bring, water into the state. My first bill that I had to vote on 6 weeks ago was AB 91, and it was a $1 billion bill to have drought relief. I could only find $27 million in that bill that really related to drought relief. 2.7% of the bill was drought relief. So it's a charade. You used the word. We've got a governor who's trying to show that he's doing something, but $600 million of that bill was just to approve debt to do flood control, which is sort of the opposite of drought relief.
I know.
And so I voted no. But out of the two houses, I was the only no vote.
Wow.
And 3 days later, the Wall Street Journal did an editorial saying, what's going on in California? These guys aren't fixing drought. They found at least $38 million in the bill that was drought related. They were a little more liberal than I was in trying to figure out what chunks of money were really being used for drought relief. But you're right. It's sort of a funny system here. You have a governor who can do executive orders and say, hey, we got to cut water use by 25%. 80% of the water goes to farm activities. So you're really not making a real dent. We certainly have been very restrictive on people being able to replace lawns with turf, something different, because most of the water use at a home is for the yard, not for bathing or cooking. Right. So there's a lot of rethinking we have to do, and it's not being addressed in a proper format. I mean,
he's joking around with it. The governor's doing that.
Well, he's just trying to look like he's doing something. But when you really look at it, he's really not doing anything, and it's
he's
sort
just
of a
prolonging the problem is what he's doing, and people are having to suffer.
Or as our generation would say, clowning around.
There you go. All right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of time. Senator John Murlock of Orange County, the 37th district here, thank you so much for coming in with us.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
And I'll send it back over to Corey Evan to finish off the Weekender for today.
Yes, and it's about time we get into our continuing battle against, if I can hear that theme. Sacco knows where it is. There it is, our continuing battle against global socialism commences now. Aurora 4-year-old Natalie Peterson of Aurora, Colorado, came home disappointed with untouched Oreos and a note from her teacher. KMGH-TV in Denver reports that the preschooler told her mom Friday that she wasn't allowed to eat the cookies in her lunchbox. She brought a note telling parents to pack nutritious lunch that includes a fruit, vegetable, and healthy snack. Natalie's mother, Lisa Pearson, says she doesn't agree with Children's Academy's decision. She says Natalie also had a sandwich and cheese that the school took things over the top. That's what I mean to say. A spokeswoman with Aurora Public Schools said they gave Natalie a healthy alternative to the cookies. Pearson says that she's sending her daughter to the Children's Academy as a public school student under the state's preschool option program. Well, Colorado, your preschool option program needs a little bit of reworking, and if I may be so bold, leave the little girl's cookies alone. I mean, that's like bullying. You're trying to prevent bullying, right? I mean, by taking cookies from a little girl, that's essentially bullying, in my view. Sorry. Any rate, moving on to our second global socialism story, California Governor Jerry Brown, as we were just talking about Mr. Moonbeam there, on Wednesday accelerated the state's response to climate change by issuing an executive order. This is separate from the water bill, by the way, to respond to climate change by issuing an executive order calling for a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. Brown said the move was aimed at aligning California with leading international governments in advance of the UN climate talks in Paris in December, and in keeping with an EU emissions reduction target set for 2030. The executive order also comes at a time when California's legislature is considering setting various climate-related goals for 2030, calling for a half of a cut in petroleum use, doubling efficiency standards for buildings, and raising the renewable portfolio standard to 50%. Even before Brown's action, the Western States Petroleum Association was lobbying against the state legislative proposal, SB 350 for those of you, calling for a 50% reduction in gasoline and diesel fuel use by 2030, given the absence of available and affordable alternatives. Available and affordable alternatives. I mean, I think this is all just a government-driven thing, all the gas prices going up. I mean, just yesterday, in the morning, I went to fill up at a local Circle K station, and it was $3.25 a gallon that morning. And then I went home and packed up to come out here for this conference, and I passed by the same station, and this was only like a 3-4 hour difference. It had risen 14 cents to $3.39 a gallon, and who knows what it is right now. I'm not in my hometown right now to tell you exactly what it is, but if it's able to jump that much in that little amount of time, you have to wonder who's tinkering around up at the state legislature. And if that theme is ready to play from the top again, I will go right into my little outro. So, when will Michelle Obama's minions wake up and smell the cookies? Who will save us from Jerry Brown's explosive environmental Easter eggs? And why, if we're such a high-tech society, can't my car fly by now? Stay tuned for developments in our continuing battle against global socialism. Coming up after the break, if you spot a t-shirt which says, "I do dumb things," today's Carmen Pinhead segment will tell you why to take it serious. And I've got 1,001 reasons for you not to miss my game show News Minute. And to my younger friends, an invitation to check out what I found in the classifieds. That's all coming up after the break on the SHR Weekender. You're listening to SHR Media. We are at the Eagle Forum Conference in California, Costa Mesa. Come back and join us.
In a world controlled by corrupt politicians,
You got a business. That you didn't build that.
a team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean,
Dude, I'm not saying calf for the stupid pro.
Sackhead Clint,
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com.
Some parts of the Constitution do read rather quaintly. Consider the injunction against titles of nobility in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. But is that so outdated? The purpose of the injunction is to prevent the government granting special privileges to some for partisan reasons. This strikes at the heart of the rule of law. The crony capitalism so common today is a place where the government bestows favors and tax dollars on some businesses to give them a leg up over others. This is exactly the kind of thing the Constitution was meant to prohibit. The Constitution is not so outdated after all.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To join the national conversation on the Constitution, go to constitutionminute.com.
And we are back on the SHR Weekender on shrmedia.com. We are live at the Eagle Forum Conference in Costa Mesa, California. And it's quite a day so far. We've had some great speakers, including my personal favorite, Pastor Cruz. You know, the father of Ted Cruz. Brilliant speech he did there. And I'll tell you what's also brilliant. Let's find out who botched their crimes this week in Crime and Pinheads. Yes, these are the folks that did something so stupid in committing their crimes that it was only a matter of time before we got to hear about it. A 23-year-old man has been arrested after liking a Facebook post that the police posted, which was a wanted poster of himself. Levi Charles Reardon thought it would be a good idea to taunt police by liking the post, which listed him as one of Cascade County's most wanted persons. The department in the state of Montana reportedly had 2 warrants out for his arrest. Like other criminal masterminds like Frank Abagnale from the film Catch Me If You Can, the temptation to bait authorities clearly proved too great. But for Mr. Reardon, it didn't take long before his tormentees became his captors. Just days after posting the Facebook message, police had him in custody. Mr. Reardon made an initial appearance in court on Monday on a warrant charging him with felony counts of theft and forgery, this according to the Great Fall Tribune. Prosecutors said Reardon was suspected of stealing a wallet and personal checks with court records, alleging 4 of the missing checks were cashed by Reardon. His arraignment is scheduled, deservedly, on May 7th. And I love any reference to Dumb and Dumber. The New York Daily News has one. When Naples police arrested David Durham for a string of car break-ins, the suspected thief was wearing a t-shirt plastered with the slogan, "Warning, I do dumb things." There's no argument after cops got Durham on surveillance video stealing from cars on multiple occasions, the Naples Herald reported. Police said 17 auto burglaries took place between February and March along the same stretch of beach parking in the southwest Florida city and suspect Durham was behind many of them. Durham of Naples was charged with grand theft, burglary, criminal mischief, and so on Thursday related to the 3 burglaries and later admitted to the crimes, local NBC affiliate reported. Another video showed Durham attempting to open several car doors in a beach parking lot. Collier County Sheriff's deputies said they observed Durham trying to break into another car in April. So you know that they never quit. At least not until they get busted in a stupid t-shirt, nonetheless. And dental hygiene in reality is very scary. Just thinking about it is scary enough. But this New York woman was arrested for performing dental activity without a license. Although she was only the office manager, she took it upon herself to pull teeth, perform root canals, and injecting mouths while the dentist was away. According to Huffington Post, she was supposedly trained as a dentist in Albania, but didn't pursue a license once moving to America. This would explain the charges of assault and reckless endangerment. So next time you're scared of going to the dentist, you can at least remember that you're going to a real dentist. Hopefully. Dumb criminals beware. I'm watching you. I'll see you next week in Crime and Pinheads. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the first weekend of the month. It's time to go look at the classifieds. Yes, it's that time of the month. We look at the classifieds. Specifically this month, we know that teenagers everywhere are looking for jobs, so I've decided to help you guys out. This first one out of San Diego is looking for a jack of all trades. I guess you have to be named Jack to go for this one. It's for a construction company where you do framing, drywall, plumbing, electrical, blah, 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 blah. I think I'll go ahead and post that one up on the Facebook page for you, facebook.com/SHR Weekender. And here's one, if you like to calculate how much things cost and figure out budgets and whatnot, and like to figure out what people are spelling, this one might be for you out of, I think it's LosAngeles.com. I don't know if that's supposed to be Los Angeles, but I'm guessing it's cost engineer too. Not just an engineer, but an engineer, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes, exactly. Next up, if you're wanting to go into food service, or kind of have to because jobs are scarce elsewhere, if you're in the New York area, you may as well apply for this job. You're probably going to apply for a server or something related or a cook. But this place, I love the name of this one. Blockheads Burritos. Oh, yes, Blockheads Burritos. So they must wear blocks for hats or something like that. And finally, a family-oriented company, they say. SNA Transportation is looking for class drivers. They've got a solid fleet of trucks. Probably they bought from California, the ones that don't comply with the CARB requirements. But at any rate, they say that you're only gone 10 to 12 days. You call that family-friendly? Honestly? How dumb do you have to be? Oh, I love this one. Sale! Color copies! 27 cents each at Fowler's Books. You actually wasted time putting that in the... Darn it. It's amazing what you'll find in the easy ads these days. And even more amazing, if you're one who works on the farm, you're going to want to take up this little offer right here. Free fertilizer, U-Haul! And if you need plumber's helpers, if you need a help from a plumber, that is, plumber who's almost retired, so he's almost going to do a good job with almost 30 years experience, almost taking care of your gas and water pipes, your faucets, your tubs and showers. Yeah, the almost bit is what gets me on that one. Anyway. Oh, even better. Top pay for Class A drivers. Dry van or reefer. You choose. And for those of you who don't understand reefer, I thought that was a reference to marijuana. At least that's according to one song that I heard. Yeah, I was in foster care once, and I had a roommate who listened to that sort of stuff. It's hard to get out of your head. Oh, even better, from the free stuff, a huge chopped down mulberry tree, various sizes, some very large, but the title of it is what gets me on this one. Free wood. What do you even mean by that? Or even better, this one's for the compulsive eaters. Anonymous, how? It's just like, really? Really? And here's an interesting combo that somebody wants. They want a swamp cooler and a hitch for an electric scooter. How on earth are you going to tow around a swamp cooler with an electric scooter? You must know, guy. You must have your ways. And I'll go ahead and just wrap it up with one last one. Hot flashes? Sorry, ladies, but this one's got the title Hot Flashes. Women 40 to 65 with frequent hot flashes may qualify for the Replenish trial. And if you want information on that one, I'll hand it to you separately. Right, those are your classifieds for the month of May. Hey, if you spot a hilarious one ad, hit print screen, Command Shift 4, or take a picture of it and send it to facebook.com/SHR Weekender. And now, if we could go into that next theme, the game show news theme, that way I can do my standard intro. It's labeled GS News. I think we better just skip the commercial break. Yeah, let's just do that since we're running low on time here. I'm Corey Evan, the Game Show Geek. It is Saturday, May 2nd, 2015. Here's your Game Show News Minute. Not known for being a conventional game show, Let's Make a Deal is doing yet another weird episode as they celebrate episode 1001, complete with hugs for germaphobe Jonathan Mangum, their announcer, and backup singers for house musician Kat Gray. Matt Wayne's 1001st episode airs Monday on CBS. There's no wrong place to make a game show. Country Music Television has devised a game show on a boat where a right answer gets you dollars and wrong answers get you thrown overboard. Hosted by Frank Nicotero, Pontoon Payday premieres Thursday, May 14th. And gone are the days of Fremantle Media having game show clips yanked from YouTube for copy wrongs. Now they're working with Broadband TV, that's the company Broadband TV, to identify and manage user-uploaded clips to generate ad dollars, thus leaving YouTubers around the world exonerated. So, one hand clapping for that one. And with that, that is your Game Show News Minute for this Saturday, May 2nd. And now I will quickly wrap up with your tip of the week, since we're running low on time. I bet you're wondering if you're going traveling this summer, which of those travel sites you see on the TV, you know, Hotels.com and Trivago and what's that one with the gnome? Travelocity, there we are. And I bet you're wondering, which one should I use to book my next trip? Well, my advice to you is shop all of them. That's right, because different sites have different rates for different hotels and different flights and different rental cars in different cities at different times of the year. Yeah, you don't want to let ad campaigns fool you into trusting any one site. Any of them can make their site look like it has the lowest prices just by comparing themselves on only a short list of places and times of the year. You gotta use the tabs feature on today's modern web browsers and open several travel sites and write down the price for each of your locations. Enter your location in where you want to go and write down all the prices that they give you from each of the different sites, and lowest bidder gets your dollars. At least that's my theory. But I'll leave it to you to determine which of these different sites will work for you. And in the meantime, that is your SHR Weekender for this Saturday, May 2nd, 2015. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Be glad you did. And now we toss it back to our continuing coverage of the California Eagle Forum Conference of 2015. Until we meet again, I'm Corey Evans saying, spread your wings and fly, or not. The choice is yours.
Live from Southern California, this is the California Eagle Forum Conference on SHR Media and Punted Press Radio. Now from Calvary Chapel in Costa Mesa, California, here is Jason Miller.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network. In a world controlled by corrupt politicians,
You got a business. You didn't build that.
a team of ordinary men emerge from the ashes to give voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless. Sackhead Sean.
Dude, I'm not saying calf for the stupid promo.
Sackhead Clint.
All good friends of ours usually show up drunk.
Also starring Sacco as the producer.
I'm a little bit drunk, I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking.
They are the Sackheads Radio Show. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on shrmedia.com. Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
welcome back to the 15th Annual Eagle Forum Conference here on SHR Media and Pundit Press Radio. I'm Jason Miller. Many thanks for Corey Abbott for doing the SHR Weekender. Much entertainment, and special thanks to those speakers, Dr. Mary Byrne and Senator John Murlock, the morning master of ceremonies, for coming in with us. Joining us now, the former president of the Long Beach chapter of the Eagle Forum and last year's head organizer of last year's 14th Annual Eagle Forum Conference is Jeannie Gooden. Good evening, good morning, Jeannie. Good evening for our folks on the East Coast.
Hello there, Jason. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Well, glad to have you with us today. So what have you thought of the conference so far? It's been a killer day. Obviously, everyone is ranting and raving about Pastor Rafael Cruz and his speech today, standing ovation here at the Calvary Chapel here in Costa Mesa.
And well deserved. This man is truly a man of God. He knows his facts, and he speaks them with such vibrancy and with such accuracy. I was just amazed. In fact, I'm so honored to be able to tell you that I heard Pastor Cruz last year at our Eagle Forum National Conference last September, and I asked him to come and be a speaker here this year, as I did Dr. Mary Byrne and then also Ann Corey, who is Phyllis Schlafly's daughter. But regarding the question that you asked me about this conference today, it's just amazing to see the response of the people here. They truly, most of them a lot of them are very astute as to what is occurring here in our country, and they're activists. We want more, however. But, we know that God sometimes doesn't use large numbers. He uses small numbers, and that the numbers here aren't small, but I'm saying that God can do anything, and he is going to accomplish many things today with this conference.
I certainly believe that, and of course, one of our next speakers on our rundown later will be Phyllis Schlafly's daughter, and Schlafly Corey, the president of the Missouri Eagle Forum. That's going to be the second keynote speaker we have here on today's program. What can we expect from Ann today?
Well, we can expect that she will also deliver a very dynamic message. After all, she is from the Schlafly family, and her mother, who I hold in such high regard. As a matter of fact, it was listening to Phyllis, Dr. Schlafly, Phyllis Schlafly, hearing her back in the early 80s debating a professor from Stanford University, and they were debating Eagle Forum. And this was a professor from the Stanford Law School. And they sat on the stage facing each other in armchairs. And to me, not having heard about Phyllis, but not seeing her, but hearing her and her comments about Eagle Forum, and this professor, this quote unquote legal law school professor, could not respond to Phyllis's comments about Eagle Forum and what it would do to our country and what it would do to our families. So I hold Phyllis in high regard, and I know that Ann today will deliver a message that is going to be equally interesting and also for us to take away and share with other people.
Now, when it comes to Ann, we know Phyllis is a bit more blunt than most people. She tells it like it is. Is Ann much the same way, or she has a bit more of a sense of a humor? What's her personality like?
Well, Ann is very much like her mother. She is quiet, but she's very strong in her beliefs. And she will not, she will tell you exactly what she's thinking. She will tell you exactly what she has, what her topic is going to be, and believe me, I know that you're going to be very pleased and with her comments.
Well, I look forward to that. Now, there's something you want to bring up to our attention, some recent comments by former Secretary of State, former First Lady of the United States, Hillary Clinton, something that is very concerning to you and is threatening to the likes of America.
Well, yes, and I'm so glad that you asked me this. And I heard this initially on the Blaze, Glenn Beck's program. And she spoke at a recent annual Women in the World Summit, and she delivered the keynote address. And what she told them was that we had to relinquish our religious beliefs. And you know, the astounding thing to me when she made her comment was there was an applause. There was an applause. And so, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are hearing, go to the Blaze and Glenn Beck's site and look for her commentary. Read it, copy it, paste it onto your computer, and send it everywhere to every person that you know, because God created America. And God isn't through with America yet. God has plans for our country, but those plans will come to fruition when His servants, you and I, become active and become the servants that God and the children of God that He has created, so that someday God can say to us, "Well done, good and faithful servant."
My mother's favorite Bible verse, indeed, of the story. My mother loves it. I should mention Lynn Miller, who is my mother, is in charge of parental rights, a board member of the California Eagle Forum, and my mother does such a great job looking for all the stories for the Evan Miller Report day in and day out when we talk about our global socialism segments. Indeed.
Well, your mother indeed is a servant of God, and I know that God is looking down and saying to her, "Lynn, well done, good and faithful servant, and keep up what you're doing." Thank you so much, Jason.
Oh, it's a pleasure having you with us. Before we let you go, any other speakers than Ann Schlafly that you're looking forward on the rundown today of speakers that you want to highlight?
Yes, you know, I'd like to talk a little bit about Steve Jackson. Steve is a retired engineer, aerospace retired engineer, and he loves the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. And he has, it has become his retired lifetime, not a job, but a love for the Constitution. And he teaches it. He has been teaching it for the past 18 years. And he came twice, 2 or 3 times to our Long Beach Eagle Forum chapter and taught us the Constitution. He goes out to organizations. And so if there's anyone out there that would like to have him come and speak to them about the Constitution, he is very willing and able to do that. And he's also goes to homeschoolers. He speaks to the homeschoolers about our Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, all the history of our wonderful, exceptional America. So those of you that are interested, Steve Jackson, who lives in Fountain Valley, and if you want to get in touch with him, I'm sure we can make that available.
Okay.
So he's very, very ready and able to do this.
You know, had a chance to interview today the mayor of Lake Forest. He is disabled, and hopefully he'll have a chance to tell his story today. Got a little preview, ladies and gentlemen. This man working for voter integrity, voter rights, for people getting out to vote and electing Christ-like candidates. That gentleman, I believe his name is, I forget the name. I think it's Victor Santos, if I'm not mistaken. I probably messed up the name, but we're looking forward to him, the mayor of Lake Forest, coming up too. He's very passionate about
I'm
what he's
sure.
talking about.
May I also comment about Dr. Mary Byrne?
Sure.
Dr. Mary Byrne is another outstanding lecturer. She is a college professor. She attended school the same time that Darling, I can't think of her first 2 names. Do you remember her name? Linda Darling Hammond.
Yes.
And Ayers are, anyway, these people that are involved with Common Core. Dr. Mary Byrne, her presentation is amazing. She correlates how there is nothing new. Everything has been done before. And she can connect Common Core with I forgot his name. With
Bill Gates.
No. Oh dear. At any rate, it comes to me. She is an amazing woman, a professor who does her research, and she understands Common Core is not a new thing, ladies and gentlemen. We're all very concerned about Common Core. But Common Core was introduced by one of the leaders centuries and centuries ago.
Not
Socrates. so sorry, I'm embarrassed. I can't remember. But my comment is that she understands what Common Core is doing to our country, but it's not a new issue. It was done in times past. And she is another person. She will give you her DVD presentation if you're interested in it, Dr. Mary Byrne. And again, we can give you the information about that so that you can watch it, listen to it, and share it with everyone. We need to understand that Common Core is not new. It is something that was used in times past. So, as we know, nothing is new. And this Common Core is new, but it's dangerous, and we need to eradicate it.
Yeah, by the way, that mayor, the mayor is Scott Voigt of Lake Forest. Yeah, don't worry, we're both having little brain freezes today. That's what happens when we don't have our coffee in the morning. So, thank you very much, Jeannie Gooden. She is the former president of the Long Beach chapter, and we look forward to your work offsite. I'm always interested in what you're doing. You do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Sometimes, Jeannie, we look at what you're doing, and you may not be out there in front with everybody, but you are certainly doing stuff behind the scenes, and I certainly appreciate you coming on with us.
Well, I appreciate your asking me. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back in about 2 to 3 minutes with the second half of the 15th Annual Eagle Forum Conference. We'll be right back after these short messages. You're listening to SHR Media and Pundit Press Radio. Be back in a minute.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
It's the comparison there is really sad. Our next speaker is Jamie Glazoff. He's the managing editor of Front Page Magazine, which is an online publication founded by David Horowitz. A lot of us know that name, David. Yeah. And he specializes in Soviet studies and U.S. and Canadian foreign policy. His father and mother were from Russia, and his father actually was a Russian dissident. So you can probably get a pretty good idea of his background, of how he was brought up, realizing the dangers of communism, socialism, and all governments that take away your rights one by one until you don't have any left. So he's kind of decided that he wants to expose what's going on right now and how it's not quite as blatant to some people, but our rights are being taken one at a time, always for a good reason. But it was that way back in the days when his father was fighting against it. Jamie published a book called United in Hate, The Left's Romance with Tyranny and Terror. He also hosts a website TV show. I really hope you all will Google this. It's the Glazoff Gang. And please check it out on Facebook or go to jamieglazoff.com. You've got your program here today, so now you kind of know where all these speakers are, and they really appreciate your listening. That's how we're going to make an impact, all of us knowing what these men and women have done to educate us. So I hope you give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you very much for having me here today. It's a real honor. Ladies and gentlemen, my mom and dad were dissidents in the former evil empire in the Soviet Union. They stood up for freedom and liberty. We were persecuted for our Christianity. And they missed it by an inch to go to the Gulag. And we escaped from the Soviet Union when I was a very little boy. And I will tell you that we escaped the Soviet Union, but today the Soviet Union has come to us. And it's very frightening, it's depressing, it's very, very scary for my family and for all of us to see what's happening to the West. And for me personally, because I'm so grateful to have come to America and how much I love this country. And it's depressing to see the forces that are taking over, that are now ruling academia, ruling the government, and as my topic here today in the video that we just watched, the news and the media. Now, I'm an expert, I'm a student and try to be an expert, but my main field is I study the left. I'm interested in this force called the left and how it's taking over our culture, why it's controlling our media, how it's controlling our news, how we got here, and how we can take it back in the little time we have. So how I want to crystallize this is in terms of my background, growing up since I was a little kid, I was very, very much studying the news and how the left was shaping the discourse, because the left is in control of our media. And I was very interested in all the anti-American themes and the attacks on the nuclear family, for instance, on tradition, on the Judeo-Christian tradition, and on somehow whitewashing communism. And, you know, we know what side the left was on in terms of the Vietnam War and where it stands on Castro today, etc. But since the fall of communism, we know who our new threat, what our new threat is, and who poses a threat to the West now. And this is the key. Now, this is what is so frightening. When ISIS attacks, when Boko Haram kidnaps the little girls, when Al-Qaeda does what it's doing, for some reason we have to go, we're sorry, we're not racist, we're not Islamophobic. You see, the left has shaped this pernicious boundary of discourse where if you study sociopaths, for instance, if you study psychopaths, they punch you in the face and then you have to say you're sorry, because the victim becomes the perpetrator and the perpetrator becomes the victim. They are winning. So what's happening today, let me give you a crystal clear picture, because this is what's happening in our media and in our news. But I will tell you, this is the image you have to have in mind. Frightening, horrifying image. Rotherham, United Kingdom. Recently, 1,400 cases of little young white girls was discovered that they were kidnapped into Muslim rape gangs. Look it up. Muslim rape gangs, Rotherham. Pakistani Muslims are kidnapping, are putting these young white girls, Kafir girls, they see them as Kafir girls, into rape gangs, and they're raping them and putting them into prostitution. Child services didn't do a thing. Police authorities didn't do a thing. The left covered it up. Why? Because what's happening is when a Pakistani Muslim cab driver is sitting outside the school waiting to prey on these girls and to groom them, the culture has forced the teachers and the police to go, wait a minute, look at that convent over there with all those old Catholic nuns. We need to keep an eye on them too, right? Because we can't be racist, because everyone is equal. All cultures are equal. All religions are equal. We should not be racist. This mentality, and by the way, I'm not saying that we should be racist. I'm just saying how they've constructed the paradigm. This has led to the city's Labour MP Sarah Champion recently stated that as many as 1 million children in the United Kingdom have been victimized by Muslim rape gangs. But on the altar of utopian leftist ideals, it has been allowed. In other words, for the sake of this leftist philosophy, Stalinism happened, Maoism happened, Khmer Rouge happened, and now the killing fields in the United Kingdom, where Muslim rape gangs are reading the Quran, reading the Hadith, which justify kidnapping and raping the Kafir, and they're doing it. And we're not allowed to say anything, because the way the left has shaped the discourse is if we try to save the victims of Islamic gender apartheid, we're racist. Now, I'm directly connecting this to my topic. because this mentality has shaped our news industry. Even when you watch Fox News, yes, there's still a few heroes left trying to tell the truth. But if you watch carefully, you can never say Islam. You have to say radical Islam. Maybe you even should say extremist radical Islam before it. I mean, some of them are even saying extremist radical Islamists now. I mean, what is a radical Islamist as opposed to a moderate Islamist? But what I'm pointing to is the way that the culture is thinking. Now, why we have failed as conservatives. This is the key. What has happened? How do we bring it back? What has happened? What has happened is that we are not... Have you watched one program on TV where they've actually talked about what I just said? Have you watched one program where they said, why have 1 million English girls been kidnapped and raped by Muslim rape gangs? And when did you ever see a guest like Robert Spencer be invited and said, because of Surah 4:3 in the Quran, that's why. And that's why ISIS and Boko Haram point to that verse and all the other verses every time. But we're not allowed to tell the truth. How did this happen? Quickly, I want to crystallize what the left is, because I've been studying why millions of my people were killed and why they're here now and what they're doing. The left. It is my book, United in Hate. I was fascinated by how the left took the side of Islam after 9/11 and during 9/11. Of course, even before, but I explained it in my book of what brings Obama to support Morsi instead of being against Morsi. Why are they thinking this way? Very, very quickly, because I don't have much time, but I just want to draw and illuminate a picture for you. It was the first lie, and it happened in the Garden of Eden. You can be God. The Tower of Babel, you can be God. Now, I'm a Christian. I don't build a perfect world. That comes from Jesus Christ. That comes from God. Okay? My job is to say I'm sorry and repent every day and thank Christ for dying for me on the cross. I'm not here to build a perfect world, but the left is. Because the left has bought into that lie. We are the self-appointed social redeemers. We're going to build a perfect planet. We're all going to be equal, and we're all going to hold hands. And if you watch Obama very carefully, this is the problem. It's very infectious, that utopian lie. Satan knows what he's doing. He knows that instinct in humans after the fall, the same pernicious poison that led him to do what he did when he rebelled. When you watch Obama carefully, and it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what your color of your skin is, or what religion you have, or where you come from, or who you love, come on up and join us. And it sounds so good because we're going to be part of this family, and we're all going to hold hands. And before you know it, the Maoist unisex clothing. Everybody looks the same. All the individuals are gone. Individualism is gone. Maoist unisex clothing, the burqa. Do you get it? There's no differences between anybody. Everybody's the same. Everybody's a god. Where doesn't that happen? How about in the most beautiful country in the world where there's individual freedom, where a person can become a great boxer or a great artist or a millionaire or a painter? When there's still freedom, there's always going to be quote-unquote inequality. The left hates that. It wants to destroy America. It wants to destroy Israel. It wants to destroy the free world because it hates individualism. It hates freedom because of what happens when there is freedom. They hate what God gave, free will and individualism. Therefore, the left needs to destroy that reality. How do you destroy that reality when somebody says, look at Islam. Look at what Islamic ideology is doing to the girls under ISIS and Boko Haram. This is what will happen. Oh, you mean Islam might have problems with it as a religion? Maybe our society is worth defending and protecting. No. See, the left can't do that. This society is not worth protecting and defending. Therefore, the victims of communism and the victims of jihad have to be pushed into invisibility because they want to destroy this place. So you see where that alliance begins to emerge? Now, here's the problem. Conservatives don't make the argument. We don't have the argument. The left is fighting 24/7. This is the problem. This is my theme. I'm not getting away from my theme. How do we bring it back? Well, first of all, how did we lose it? Why is it that when you're out on the street and you just go down and say something about Islam, people go, you're racist, and you have to go, I don't hate all Muslim people, and they say, you hate all Muslim people. How did they get there? How did we get there? How come we're not... There's a person here, Stephen Amundsen. Go to his booth at the Counter Jihad Coalition. Get a leaflet. He's out on the streets at the counter at Santa Monica every Saturday night. Why isn't he considered a lover of Muslims? Because when you tell the truth about Islam, and when you tell the truth about what it teaches about slavery and subjugation of the kafir, you're actually a loving human being that's supporting human rights. And you also love Muslim people, because Muslim people are the victims of their totalitarian ideology. I've worked on behalf of Muslim girls for more than a decade. I care about the Muslim girls that are the victims of female genital mutilation and honor killings and forced marriage. You're calling me an Islamophobe because I'm fighting for Muslim girls? In other words, we have to make the argument. And conservatives are not making the argument. The left is making the argument, and here's why. You see, the left has an advantage. The left has a religious mission. It's just a secular religion. They've rejected God, but it's a religious zeal. And they're fighting 24/7. The problem with conservatives is on my Facebook, I'll say, Anderson Cooper just said this, and I'll get a comment. I don't even watch that. Why do you watch that? Problem with conservatives. You're giving up the terrain. You think, I'm sorry, I don't mean you necessarily here, but I'm talking about conservatives. Conservatives believe that if they cancel their cable, they're fighting culture war. You don't get off the field during a football game and think you're going to win it. How many conservatives do I know that even sermonize to me condescendingly about what I'm doing, and then they go back to their barbecues? You have to fight the culture war. You have to make you have to fight the culture war, and you have to make the argument. I'm running out of time. I might just take 2 extra minutes, but I want to stress these themes. Here's the key on what we can do about it. David Horowitz has written a book, Take No Prisoners, The Battle Plan for Defeating the Left. He's a former leader of the left. Here's the key. Stop responding to leftist attacks with appeal to reason. You see, conservatives think that evidence will prevail. Of course you use evidence, but you have to remember. See, the left hates you. They want to destroy this society. Conservatives think that we're all, we all want the same thing. We just have a different method of getting there. No, the left is evil. The conservatives have to use leftist tactics against the left. Get this book by David Horowitz. And so what David Horowitz is saying is take the leftist tactics and use it against them and start fighting culture war. Point to the suffering that they've caused. Take the moral high ground. Stop always being afraid of being called names and start calling names back. And this is that Romney crystallized this in that 3rd debate on foreign policy. Benghazi comes up. Oh, I'm such a nice guy. I'm a conservative. He should have said, Mr. President, the blood of those Americans is on your hands. You were complicit. You are complicit in the murder of those Americans. Now, what were you doing that night while those 4 Americans were killed in Benghazi? That's what conservatives need to do. To finish up quickly with the 2 minutes I have left, or I've gone over, the entertainment, okay? Andrew Klavan, come to my booth in the back. I work for the Freedom Center. Andrew Klavan, great novelist and author. The Crisis in the Arts, Why the Left Owns the Culture and How Conservatives Can Begin to Take It Back. His key themes: don't tune out. You don't cancel your cable. That's seeding the field. And I don't mean you have to watch a crappy movie. That's not the issue. The issue is, instead of boasting that you don't watch and walk away, develop original content of our own. We need right-wing movies. Write a script. And if you're not a writer, support somebody that is writing a script. The key, and I'm upset about this. Sorry, maybe but on my Facebook constantly, I'm like, MSNBC just did this constantly. Why do you even watch that? Because I study the enemy and want to know what he's doing so I can crush him. Why am I an immigrant I'm an immigrant fighting for this country. When are Americans going to get off the couch and fight for this country too? So ladies and gentlemen, the key to walk away from is make stuff and support stuff. Instead of having barbecues 24/7 and boasting how you don't go to movies. And so 2 things of making and supporting stuff, and I'm done. Hero in the back, Steve Amundsen. He heads the Counter Jihad Coalition. Go to the booth. This gentleman is a hero. He's on the streets in Santa Monica on 3rd Street Promenade every Saturday night handing out leaflets about Islam, about who Muhammad is, educating the public. If you don't want to stand with him, contribute a little bit to the leaflets that he's producing out of his own pocket every day. I host a show called The Glazov Gang. You know why I started it? Because I'm sick of sitting in front of the TV saying, ask the question, ask the question. I brought on Geert Wilders recently. I brought on Robert Spencer. I brought on Dinesh D'Souza. I'm inviting the people that are telling the truth. Please visit the Glazov Gang on Facebook at jamieglazow.com. You want to come on my show, come on my show. If you don't want to come on my show, support my show. Ladies and gentlemen, through the Lord and Jesus Christ, we will prevail. Amen. Thank you.
Don't you just wish that this whole auditorium was packed and could have just heard that? Well, since it wasn't, guess what our jobs are going to be tomorrow? We're going to tell people what he said. Everybody you know. It's going to be a long day. Okay, my husband tells me that, first of all, I love John Morlock's moderating, and I'm so glad that he got a chance to, some of you that don't know him, and to see his humor, and he's just a real great guy, and so great. He's so busy and just gotten the job of the senator and up there and all this, and such a gift to come and moderate for us. But I'm listening to him, and I'm thinking, he just does it so well, and he puts the humor in, and maybe I could do that. And then I remembered what my husband said to me. Bonnie, there's some people that can tell a joke, and there's some that can't. I'm the can't. So I'm just going to have to be a straight person. But that's okay, because I have great speakers here. And the next one, I'm introducing a video for you. This video is of one of my favorite people. It's Phyllis Schlafly. How many of you know Phyllis? Yes, okay. She's such a special person, and she has been with Eagle Forum. She began Eagle Forum so many years ago when women weren't doing all of that many things, getting up in public forums and taking a stand on issues. And she saw the movement of feminists doing things that they were being promoted in, wanting to go to work and that type of thing. And even with 6 children herself, she realized that her place was really still at home and with that family, but she still took time to go out and to fight the battle that basically won the amendments and told people so many things about our government at that time that kind of woke them up to things that were kind of wrong. So Phyllis was one of those leaders, one of those that come along every now and then and are just an incredible gift to all of us. She has a wonderful daughter, and her name is Anne Schlafly Corey, and she's going to be our speaker today. And I know you're going to love her, but before she gives her speech, we're going to, her mom wanted to still be here and talk with you all, so she asked if she could do a video, and we said, absolutely. So you get the gift of a video made just for all of you, which will be followed by her daughter giving you her speech today.
This opportunity to talk to you through the medium of modern technology. I wish I could be with you in person. But at any rate, we're expecting California, our biggest state, to be a leader in everything that Eagle Forum is doing. And we certainly thank and congratulate Orlene Kurla for the magnificent job she has done in building up California Eagle Forum. You know we are a volunteer organization. I'm a volunteer, Orlene's a volunteer, and we have volunteers all over. And as a state president in most of the states, other organizations are not like this. We are unique in that way. And it's terribly important that we continue to serve the country and to keep building for America. The conservative movement has been really depressed and in disarray. And we hope that Eagle Forum can be the leader in rebuilding the conservative movement so that it does represent what the grassroots want. The Republican Party used to have its nominees selected every 4 years by the people we call the kingmakers. Now we call them the rhinos, the Republicans in name only. And we represent a group of Republicans who really want to have the grassroots have a say-so, because we want our candidates, especially our presidential candidate, but all of our congressional candidates too, to represent what the American people want. Now we know, for example, that the hottest issues at the grassroots today are the Common Core educational system and amnesty, the letting in of millions of illegal aliens whom the Democrats are planning to credential to vote. You know, witnesses before House committees have said that once they give them a driver's license and a Social Security number, there is absolutely no way they can be stopped from voting. And once they're on the voting rolls, we'll never get rid of them. There's no way to get them off the voting rolls. So we need your help in the political field. A lot of people are hoping that God is going to solve all our problems, and He has blessed this country in a most remarkable way. But God has a big job to do, and stuffing the ballot box is not on His list of duties. So that's where we need you to do the political work, to bring out the people to vote for the right candidates. And Eagle Forum has a PAC, and we try to select the ones who are worth backing. And we've had a pretty good record of electing the candidates that we have supported. And we urge you to be part of the process. It's so necessary. We need every one of you to be involved in politics. And the biggest fight is in the Republican Party, because we do not agree with Obama's effort, as he said, to fundamentally transform the United States. We had a great country before he came along, and we need your help to get us back on track. We need to bring along the next generation so that they will be leaders in the whole political sphere. That's so important. That's why Eagle Forum has its Collegians Conference every year. It's usually in July in Washington. It's 2 days of training. Usually it's 1 day of speeches and interaction with some of our favorite members of Congress, and then another day of important conservative speakers and authors. And I urge you to send the college students in your area
It's a great experience that they will never forget, and a good way to learn things that they will never learn in college. And we do offer some scholarships, so you can look into that and go on our website. Incidentally, our website, eagleforum.org, is a gold mine of information. And then as we're looking to the future, Eagle Forum has to be a part in rebuilding the conservative movement, which has been very much in disarray in recent years. And we urge you to be part of that. And we know that the election coming up in 2016 could be the most important election of our lifetime. And so you need to be involved in that to make sure that the right guys get on the ballot. Because if they're not on the ballot in the Republican column, they are probably not going to be elected. So I urge you to be part of the process so that you can share in the rebuilding of the conservative movement. That is so important. And we urge all of our members of Eagle Forum to be politically active for the candidate of your choice, and let us know who those favorites are so that we can help you in any way that we can. So I wish I could be with you today, but I'm with you in spirit, and we need to continue to build Eagle Forum as the leader of the conservative movement. I'm very happy that my daughter Anne is with you today and going to speak. I'm very proud of her. She's a very successful businesswoman, but she's also able to speak for Eagle Forum, and I'm thrilled that she's going to substitute for me at your conference. I urge everybody in Eagle Forum to bring along the young people in your family and make sure that we are an ongoing organization with young people, the ones we need to carry on the work in the next generation. I hope you will get a copy of my newest book called A Choice Not an Echo. And what it does is to give you the story of the shenanigans played against us by the kingmakers to get the candidates of their choice who will do what the big guys tell them to do. And we want our candidates to do what the grassroots want. So Anne will be with you today, and I recommend her highly. I hope you will have a very good conference. I know you will, with Arlene Kurla running it, and she's done a great job. If there are people in the group who can start a local chapter, that's even very helpful, because you want to be active in every level to make sure that we can keep this great country that the Lord has blessed us with.
Best thing you can ever do for yourself is to choose parents well. I got passed the baton in with my baby bottle. My mother, Phyllis Schlafly, has had a political career of 70 years, including attending 20 Republican national conventions. She learned the art of politics through trench warfare. And the problems of today can seem daunting, but we can learn lessons from our elders, pass that baton. Here are the insights I learned from her life in politics and how we can apply them to today. It is never about the last election, it's always about the next election. Win or lose, the day after an election is the time to evaluate your next move. And the same theory holds true for votes in state legislature. Once the votes are cast, organize for the next issue and the next vote, even if that is repealing the last vote. Be sure to always thank people. After a vote is taken, most people move on to the next issue. Win or lose, thank all the people who are on your side. You want their support in the next vote, and honey catches more flies than vinegar. 1964 was a blowout loss for conservatives, which depressed many of us. But the lessons learned in that election were what made other victories possible. Learn from each vote and election to prepare for the next one. Conservatives lost in 2008 and 2012, but we won in 2010 and 2014. So we must get ready now for 2016 so it can be a winning year for conservatives, because we really have to win 2 elections in a row to have any effect in governing. Many Republicans were caught by surprise when we lost in 2012, but we lost because we just did not get out our ground game and excite the voters. And we can learn from that loss so that next year is a winning year. A ballot does not contain an explain your vote section. People will vote for you for a variety of reasons. Accept their support. Don't criticize their reasons. In other words, build a coalition based on principles. Not everyone will support you on every issue. Make alliances on your important issues and not a total platform. People rate their issues differently from you, so you work with anyone who will agree with you sometimes. Unfortunately, we do not have Jesus Christ on the ballot. No candidate is perfect, but somebody will be elected, and that somebody will be a Democrat or a Republican. So we must participate in our 2-party process. Yes, there are plenty of people who will never agree with us on any issue. They work in the news media and in popular culture. Ignore them. The media may talk a great deal and try to intimidate you into thinking that you represent a minority viewpoint, but they are not worth your time. Or, as my mother likes to say, I'm not going to let those slobs ruin my day. Spend your valuable time talking to people who are persuadable, not to people who oppose you. In the current political climate, the media is obsessed with getting conservatives to apologize for our beliefs. Their goal is to weaken our leaders. Never apologize for speaking on conservative principles, but stand up and don't be bullied for your core beliefs. Another lesson I learned from my mother is don't hold grudges. The art of politics is friendliness across the spectrum, and we need to have thick hides. Politics is a contact sport. If you tend to hold grudges, get out of politics. Your opponent in one vote may be your best ally in another vote. Stay polite and relish spirited debates. My mother's Democratic U.S. Senator never fails to wish her happy birthday every year. Stay in continual and polite conversations with everyone involved, because everything you say or do is on the record. Never say or telephone or write or email or text or Facebook anything you do not want to see on the front page of the New York Times. I mean, this may seem self-evident, but it's amazing how many people get caught up with it. None of us has the secret private server that Hillary Clinton had that enabled her to so easily delete her illegal emails. Assume that all your communications have been recorded. We must frame the debate in order to win the debate, and I consider this advice to be really crucial. Don't be suckered into the language that the opposition uses, but choose words that communicate your side of an issue, such as pro-life instead of choice, since after all the baby has no choice, or death tax instead of estate tax, since you may have an estate, but you only pay the tax at death. Recently, I've heard conservatives use the phrase crony capitalism. I object. There is nothing capitalistic about cronyism. Cronyism is the elite playing favors, which is the heart of communism and socialism, and the Clinton way of doing business. Don't sully a good word like capitalism. Another example, which Reverend Cruz mentioned, is social justice. And why? Who could be opposed to social justice? Except the phrase is a misnomer. It is really, and is what we should call it, socialist justice, because they want to spend my money on their projects. We must argue our positions using our phrases and not the language of the left. Recently, the chant has been, marriage equality, which makes me laugh because if you're married, you know there's no such thing as equality. 50-50 marriages are the ones that fail. We need a new phrase for traditional marriage. I want successful marriages. We need marriage preservation. Let us reclaim the true meaning of marriage, that is a lifetime commitment and not a passing love affair. Any child who is deprived of having a mother and a father married to each other in the same home is a disadvantaged child. So let's get back to the point of marriage, which is to educate and raise the next generation. Another phrase the left likes to use is income inequality. Well, there's a simple way to solve income inequality: marriage. Get married and stay married. Marriage inequality leads directly to income inequality. More than 40% of all U.S. births today are without the benefit of marriage, and marriage is the most important benefit children can possibly have in their lives. We must reclaim the value of marriage, that is a lifetime commitment between a man and a woman, so that we can solve so many social ills, including poverty, education, and crime. We want our next generation to have productive lives and to be makers and not takers. Because conservatives have allowed themselves to be ridiculed in the popular culture, we have been fooled into thinking we are in the minority. We are not. But I find so many are afraid to state their positions because they might be accused of being intolerant. And the left do love to call us names: bigot, racist, homophobe, hater, and denier are the most common slurs now. I come from the land of Ferguson, Missouri, and I have seen firsthand how the use of a false narrative coupled with name-calling managed to silence law-abiding citizens and keep them cowed in their houses. We should not allow ourselves to be bullied by a screechy minority on the left. Now, not everyone can or should confront the obnoxious name-callers. Reinforce yourself by talking to those who see the right way, and talk to people you can persuade. Don't waste time talking to those who are committed leftists. Talk to the silent majority. I can always spot them. Those who disagree with me love to loudly tell me in front of a large crowd how much they disagree with me. Then afterwards, in a whisper, someone else will sidle up to me and say, in a very low voice, "I agree with you. Thank you so much for speaking out. Keep up the good work." Well, of course I want to respond, well, then stand up and be heard. At the very least, these are the people, the ones we must motivate to get out, to get involved, and to vote in every single election. Another lesson I learned from my mother is to smile, smile, and smile again. Be happy and optimistic. Your supporters need encouragement, and your opponents are driven crazy by your joy. One of the reasons our current president won in 2008 was his campaign slogan, "Yes, we can." Of course, his campaign slogan did not complete the line. Can do what? Destroy our system of government? The American people do want positive leadership. Stay positive and provide solutions. Accentuate the positive. The next lesson is distill your message to 60 seconds. Endlessly repeating the same message is very effective. When the media asks you questions on other topics, always answer with the message you want to send. One of my favorite quotes from my mother is, "Politicians usually have more votes before they speak than afterwards." It is easier to like a candidate before you find out you do not agree with him on every single issue. Get prepared, learn the issues that your particular audience is interested in, and be ready to answer questions in a way that won't lose their support. Or help your candidate to learn the issues and prepare short answers. Emphasis on the word short. Plus, short speeches are much more effective than long speeches. It is so important to distill your message to 1 minute and then repeat as needed. Choose your battles. There are lots and lots of bad things going on in the world, but not every battle is winnable. Choose battles that can be won, because winning is more fun than losing. Yes, you will lose battles, but they can become Pyrrhic victories for your opponents. Goldwater's loss in 1964 led directly to Reagan's victory in 1980 because conservatives spent 16 years building their grassroots. The last 8 years have been horrific as the left has repeatedly undermined our Constitution. Let us turn it into a victory. We do have the ability to win in 2016, but only if we motivate the voters. There is also a time when accentuating the negative is important. The easiest way to defeat bad legislation is to enumerate how people will be personally and negatively affected by the proposed new law. In our current government, negatively affected by the negative is so easy. Obamacare, Common Core, amnesty, weak foreign policy that surrenders to our enemies, unemployment, and underemployment. Yes, we can do better with true conservative leadership. Another point is to focus on the states. Most politicians are eager to get to the national spotlight as quickly as possible. But more action happens in the state legislatures. You can more easily pass good bills and defeat bad bills in the individual states. You can have more influence because you are paying attention when others are wooed by national news. And you can groom the next generation of politicians who will remain forever indebted to you because you knew them win. Can California be turned around? If you don't think so, move. But if you think so, work. Other states have done it. California voted Republican in 1988. In the Midwest, we have the parallel examples of Minnesota and Wisconsin, both Democratic states for multiple generations, including the 1980s. But in the last 4 years, Wisconsin voters have made a right turn that has changed the whole landscape for that state. Minnesota has lagged behind as it stays firmly Democratic. Side by side, everyone can see the differences between those two state governments. Wisconsin is thriving. Is it possible for voters to do the right thing? If they're motivated. And how do we motivate the people? Shame the vote. Only half of eligible voters vote, and I don't want everyone to vote. I only want the people to vote who vote the way I want them to vote. And the best way to motivate people is to pester them to vote. They know they should vote, like they know they should floss their teeth. Don't waste time talking to moderates or liberals about voting. Concentrate instead on identifying who your people are and then motivating your people to vote. Conservatives are a majority in the U.S., but we have been cowed by pop culture to keep our mouths shut. But even with our mouths shut, we can still vote. And one of my favorite Phyllis Schlafly quotes, which I think she said on the video, is, "God does not stuff the ballot box. It's up to us to get out the vote." Most elections are decided by a very small fraction of the population. And after every election, I find people who pretend and lie that they did vote. The voter rolls tell the truth. Getting out the vote, known as GoTV, means pestering people to vote. And I do mean pester. We shame the vote, as I call it. We won't win unless each one of you makes sure that every single person who agrees with you actually votes. Do what you have to do to motivate them. Shaming is the most effective technique. In conclusion, I'm going to distill my message to 60 seconds. To stop the madness of the Obama agenda, we must elect conservative Republicans in 2016. Ignore the media noise. You need to persuade your muddy middle friends to join our cause for strong families, real education, economic opportunity, lower taxes, reining in oppressive bureaucracy, secure borders, and a superior national defense against anyone who would harm our great country. Thank you very much.
Well, you're going to love our next speaker. How many of you know Brad Dacus? Yeah, woo! He's kind of our hero around here in Orange County because every time we find something that's really wrong and the only way it's going to get resolved is legally, we call Brad. Because Brad Dacus is the president, the head founder of Pacific Justice Institute. It's a group of lawyers that take on an immoral issue that needs to be it's only going to be resolved if you go through the system. So he has this team of lawyers, and they do this free. So if any of you ever have an issue that you know is really serious, Brad Dacus is your go-to guy. But what's even better about Brad, in my opinion, well, maybe not better, but at least as good, he likes to come and talk to you guys. So he is just a fabulous, wonderful friend. Please give him applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. You know, I had a fun. I have a really warped sense of humor. I mean, I was back there. She starts the introduction, and I tell the other people in the green room. I say, "So, what do you guys think I should talk about?" It was so nice. Anyway, I just think my wife has to live with this humor. So anyway, we have a lot of challenges facing us today, but I want to remind us all that it's not the time to throw in the towel. It's not the time to give up. And the reason I say that is because oftentimes we get discouraged, right? And we almost get in this huddle mentality. I call it the post-rapture mentality. And you know what I'm saying? Sort of like, okay, we need to get our bread, our Bible, and our guns, our bullets, and find a little place out in the middle of nowhere and, bunker down. But what we forget is that it's the wrong chapter. We're not in that chapter. The rapture hasn't happened. You haven't been left behind, So I want us to start with that, with the good news, because Satan wants nothing more than for us to have fear, and for fear to dominate our lives, to let anger dominate our lives. And when we read the Word, we can see that that's not the prescription, but the love of Christ controls us or compels us, having concluded this, that Christ died for all, and God wants us to reach out to all. And He also, though, wants us to be wise. And that's where it comes in today. That's why we're here today. Because that love of Christ compels us to have knowledge and to be wise, if not for our sake, for the sake of our children, our grandchildren, for everyone's children. Because we want God to be glorified, we want the truth to be known, and we want people, especially the children, to be protected. And so I'm going to talk to you today about some of the challenges that I see taking place and why they're important challenges, but also why we should definitely not give up. First, how many have heard of Pacific Justice Institute before? Raise your hand. Oh, thank you very much. How many get our press releases or our email updates? Raise your hand. Okay, wow. Okay. So you know half my speech already. Okay. But no, I'm really encouraged by that. If you do not receive our case updates, our email press releases, or the like, on that yellow sheet, the form, everyone should fill that out. Click legislation. That's going to be the key for us to keep you updated about that in our cases as well. Be sure and click legislation. And if you want to be extra sure and have some other boxes to check, you can fill this blue form out at our table over there to the left in the back, okay? Outside. So feel free to do that. Now, what are some of the challenges that we've seen take place in terms of legislation and how we're having to deal with that? I've got a lot of case stories to tell you about, but I want to address some of these examples of what the challenge of what we're dealing with. The first bill legislation is the one, and the worst is the one that never was. You're saying, what are you talking about? Well, you already had a speaker talk and address Common Core, okay? But the reality is that came through the back door and has impacted us because we didn't have a full yes and no as a society. It just sort of came in. And yet it poses such a serious threat, I believe, in so many ways. First, you have, of course, the academic concern. You have, as has been mentioned, you also have the privacy concern and the violation of privacy through the usage of this material given to third parties. And we at Pacific Justice are watching that to see if that is implemented in a way that identifies and violates the privacy of an individual child, which is what we're looking for. Then we have grounds to challenge that. But my biggest concern is the indoctrination that we're going to see take place through these what's called critical reading and writing assignments to promote critical thinking. Now, what's interesting about their critical thinking is that they have you read one story, one little op-ed piece, or it could be from the government, from the EPA, because you can trust them. Anyway, and they read that, and then they write their critical analysis of it. Well, wait a minute. In order to really have critical thinking, you need to have the other opinion, right? But they don't have the other opinion, and who chooses these articles? Teachers. And many activist teachers that see this as an opportunity for indoctrination. So I think that the spiritual warfare in our public education, as we know it today in most of the states, is going to be accelerating dramatically. And it's already accelerated tremendously in our schools already. But I think that's a serious challenge that needs to be taken seriously. A little redundancy there, but I have to stress it. And so we have that. That's real. It's material. And I want to encourage us on the fact that I also think it's terminal. People say, wait a minute, what's he saying terminal for? I think it's terminal. I think it's inevitable that it's going to be diced and sliced and eliminated eventually. And I think part of that reason is because the growing grassroots of Americans. Last poll, 71% of people polled have a negative view perspective of Common Core. 71%. So, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't see any commercials attacking it. I didn't get any flyer in the mail, any letter with "Open this now." It's just what it is. It's people are getting educated, and they're seeing the results. And so I think that's a good point. Also, we have other states that are not doing it. In fact, more and more states are opting out. And as long as you've got the big state of Texas opting out, and which will be choosing alternative standardized testing for colleges and things like that, you have a comparison. And with a comparison, everything rises to the surface as to whether something's working or not. It's like an experiment. When you have a study or experiment, you have this group that gets the drug, then you get this group, the placebo, that don't get the drug, called Common Core. And Texans are taking the placebo. Well, they know what it's a placebo. They're not taking the drug. And so I think we're going to see a stark reality and contrast. So that I want to start off. The worst bill is the one that really never was, and instead has made its way through the back door in a terrible way. Another piece of legislation that I have tremendous concern over is legislation that has been passed recently, or just not long ago at all, and that was dealing with the prohibition of counseling. It's illegal for anyone under the age of 18 in the state of California to be able to get any kind of counseling that in any way steers them away from same-sex attraction or same-sex sexual activities. That's the law. It applies to clergy, by the way, who are licensed counselors. I mean, this is draconian. This is something like you'd heard, and that this is the way it was in the former Soviet Union, boys and girls. No, that's how it is right here in California. Now, the good news, with the exception of New Jersey, other states haven't adopted this yet. I mean, in New Jersey, I'm sure they have probably a liberal legislature, a liberal governor, or who's our governor? New Jersey, who signed this into Chris Christie? Is that? Oh well, I'm having fun. So, anyway, but the point is, it's serious, and we at Pacific Justice are litigating that as I speak. We are litigating that. We've taken that on behalf of the kids. Another piece of horrific legislation that has become law that needs to be addressed. And by the way, I think being involved in legislation is real important. Getting people elected is important. Because if we don't do it on that end, then we at Pacific Justice Institute have to do it on the back end. We have to we have to litigate it, we have to go in the courts, and I'm going to tell you something. Relying on a judge in the Ninth Circuit, it's not my dream city, okay? If I was in Texas and I had the Fifth Circuit, where it's Billy Bob who goes to church with me, Sunday morning, different situation here in California. So I strongly encourage you to get involved, not just in keeping track of what's happening in terms of litigation, but be involved in helping us get good people elected, because that's what cuts it off and prevents us from having to litigate. But anyway, the next legislation I want to talk about is dealing with boys being able to go in girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. How many have heard about that? That's right. Okay, now I know who's sleeping. Okay. Because everyone's heard of that, right? It's outrageous. A teenage boy being able to go into a girl's bathroom, locker room, or showers. We are litigating that right now. And so we're litigating that in terms of defending the repeal that many of you signed to get on the ballot, right? And then we had about 130,000 signatures were thrown out. Just thrown out. For reasons like your signature looks different than when you registered to vote last. Now, that really bothers me, because one of the attorneys in our office, he had eye surgery, and so his signature looked different than the last time he registered to vote. So he found out in a test sampling that his signature was disqualified on this petition. It's a bad one to disqualify, because he's the one who's been leading our litigation front on this. Really bad move. I mean, he really took it personally, as he should. Another reason they're disqualifying, by the way, is we found out is if you fill out the name and address for your spouse and then have them sign it, which is what I do, okay? I mean, come on, where's the kids? Here, honey, here, sign this. This is okay, where's the sign? Okay, all right. If you do that, theirs is disqualified and yours is disqualified. Now, just think to yourselves, I'm actually going to ask you, how many of you did that? Fill it out for your... Okay, that was a large portion. And yet a judge, I believe it was in Indiana, I think it was Gary, Indiana, through that and a number of other reasons for disqualifying something that was going on the ballot there as being an intrusion and a hindrance to the democratic process. So we're hoping that the judge hearing the matter in our court, in our case, will view it the same. Also want to let you know, as many of you know now, we have worked and we've drafted a petition. Kevin Snyder, our chief counsel attorney, did a great job. He drafted it, and we spent a lot of time working on it. It's a petition to put this on the ballot in 2016, but not just to deal with the kids' bathrooms and restrooms, deal with all public bathrooms and restrooms and showers. So we're hopeful that we'll see that come through and have a real positive difference in protecting kids. And why is it real important? I'll tell you why it's important, because not just for our kids here and privacy. We've already seen multiple examples where it's been violated. Boys and girls have violated it. In a case down in Carlsbad, there's a case where a girl went into the locker room, just took off her clothes in front of a 14-year-old boy, and he went out of the locker room screaming and yelling. No. Anyway, but we found out about it, and the parents didn't want to move forward with it, and we have to respect what parents want and what they feel is appropriate for their child, but the boys' parents. But nonetheless, it's going both ways. L.A., it's over at San Francisco, Irvine. There's someone who I go to church with, and he's on the administrative faculty for the Irvine School District. And when I first told him about this, he says, well, Brad, we don't have to worry about that in my school district. I know you're trying to help me here, but not in my school district. No. You know what he told me just a few months ago? He says, Brad, like 2 months ago I think it was. He goes, Brad, guess what? It's come to our school district. These girls came out screaming from the locker room. This boy came in, and this is the law, and now we're being affected. I mean, so it's impacting in our state, but also if we don't address it and get it nipped, it's going to be in other states as well. And it's going to be impacting a lot of kids. I think those with their agenda is moving too fast in a way that's possibly going to hurt them. When you have a movement, if you go too fast, it's like a bridge too far. It can have a counter effect. If you turn up the water too fast, too high, the frog jumps. And I think that may be what they're doing here. We'll see. But it's something we want to be sensitive to and aware of. We also want to make sure we do our messaging correctly, because how many of you hate transgenders and wish they were treated and brutalized and mistreated? Okay, I don't see any hands going up. No one hates transgenders, right? They have gender identity dysphoria, usually. It's a real mental condition. There's nothing genetic about it. They're not born with... It's not that rare condition where people are born with certain things and they have to make decisions. It's not that. It's a mental condition. They didn't ask for it. They need love, compassion, counseling, understanding. They need Jesus and the grace and love of Jesus. God takes everyone right where they are, including the transgenders. And so we need to have compassion. I know I was interviewed by CBS Good Morning America, or morning show, Sunday morning show, and the reporter, which is very much on the other side, she kept making her position, and I kept giving her the same basic soundbite, which is, he says, we need to recognize that those who have gender identity dysphoria didn't ask for this condition. It's a real mental condition, and they need love and compassion and counseling and respect. But we need to balance that, of course, with also the young 13 or 14-year-old girl in a locker room in a high school gym who has just taken off her clothes to get in the shower, and in come prancing in a 16-year-old biological boy who strips his clothes off right in front of her. Now, compassion, but also a specific visualization of what's happening to someone over here, being visually violated. I call this the emperor has no clothes doctrine. Because what they're asking us to do is pretend that something is that isn't. And at the expense of those who are the most vulnerable and susceptible at such a young, early age, as our kids in schools. So that's something that we need to be addressing, and we are. And we cannot give up on that. Stakes are simply too high. By the way, if anyone knows anyone who is specifically victimized visually or otherwise in a public school, gym, or a shower, please contact us, because that is a privacy issue, and we might be able to bring a separate action in federal court for violation of privacy as well. That's something we're looking at. We also came very close last year to witnessing the passage of a law that would have banned state tax-exempt status for every nonprofit youth organization that does not hire homosexuals or transgenders youth leaders. Now, who did it apply to? It would apply to the Boy Scouts. In fact, they put Boy Scouts in the legislation by name. They want to make sure they want to get those Boy Scouts. But don't worry, it also would apply to Awanas, Young Life, Youth for Christ, all these Christian organizations. And so it almost passed. It got the 2/3 votes that it needed in the state Senate, because it's actually a revenue. It deals with state tax and status, so you have to have 2/3 in both chambers. So it got a 2/3 in the state Senate, and then in the state assembly, every Republican held their ground, and 2 Democrats decided not to vote. And it went short. He needed to get 2 Republicans, so they fell 4 short in the state assembly. But that's how close it passed. They needed a 2/3 majority. And if this passed, what do you think they would go after next? I'll tell you what they go after next. Not just the nonprofit youth organizations, every nonprofit organization, including the one we're sitting in right now. Every church and synagogue would be on the chopping block. Unless, that is, they compromise their teaching to comply with the edicts and philosophy of the state. What does that remind you of? Once again, it looks like I'm going back through history. This used to be the Soviet Union, you know. This was the recognized state church of China, and yet that's what we're on the brink of having. And fortunately, it did not pass, and this legislative year, it definitely has no chance had no chance because they lost seats. And so that's helpful. And I say they, just meaning those who are on the other side, not to be Republican or Democrat. Just be careful there, okay? That's right. No political endorsement was intended by this comment, nor the speakers nor the participants at this time. Okay. Anyway. I think they have this thing video, right? Yeah, definitely. No endorsement was intended. But we have some other challenges that we're facing right now, and I want to touch on those briefly before my time's out. AB 277, that's the vaccination bill. We've weighed in on that, along with many others who are here, I'm sure. Now, does that mean, is the issue whether vaccines are bad? Is that what the issue is? No, not at all. My kids, I've had them vaccinated with some vaccines, and some others, I've said no, and I'm an attorney. So when the nurse after the baby is born says, okay, we need to give him vaccinations, we need this one. I said, no, not that one. They said, no, you have to do it. I said, no, excuse me, I'm an attorney, I know my rights. You don't give him that vaccination, or there's going to be consequences. So, okay, yes, sir. So, no problem. When you're an attorney, everyone's real friendly to you, you know? I don't know, we're just real nice people. Our friendly, Anyway, so that was great. I know what my rights are. And I said, this vaccine, but not this one. And by the way, you're not going to give them all at once. We're going to give them in stages. And that's how we do it. That's my research. That's what I discovered. Others say no vaccines until the age of this, or whatever, or because you know your child. The issue is one of parents' rights. Who loves that child more than anyone else? The parents. And they are the ones who are the ones who should be making that decision. They know that child's coughing. They know that child's health. They know about all the issues. They can get multiple opinions and come up with their own decision and conclusion. So this is very important. Right now, we have a conscience exception. And the problem is, if California goes through with this, we will be the most rigid state in the country when it comes to this issue of vaccination. And it applies to public schools. I think if they want to do something, they should amend it to say, if there is a breakout in one school of some kid who has measles, say for example, then those school districts within a 2 or 3 or 5 mile radius may choose to require children to be vaccinated for that in order to prevent. There's things you can do on a localized level that are much more reasonable. Plus, when you have the herd, what's called the herd vaccination, which we already have as a state, you can't have an epidemic. It is scientifically impossible when you have the herd level of vaccination, which is what it is. Nationally, it's about 97.5%. And the herd vaccination is anywhere between 92 and 95%. So I think that's it's important. And even if you like vaccines, you think they're wonderful, go vaccines, give me a V, okay. Even if you're in that category, you want to be sensitive to this. This is important because this is about parents' rights. And it's an institution that was created by God and even recognized by our Supreme Court in a number of cases. so that warrant us to respect it to this day. So we also have another bill called SB 128. It's the euthanasia or physician-assisted suicide bill. I'm very concerned that this could become law. We already see it in Oregon. We've already seen the fruits of it. People who say they're assessed to be terminally ill, say in 6 months, and they're seemingly very healthy, and they have themselves killed. And the reason they have themselves killed oftentimes is because of the fact that they feel guilty. It's a psychological condition. You feel guilty. I don't want to be a burden on anyone, so the noble thing for me to do is to have myself killed. And you as a parent would have nothing to do with it. If they're 18, too bad. And I think that's an atrocity, terrible atrocity. It's a devaluation of human life, and which is what we're talking about here. And it's ironic because the pro-life movement is gaining steam overall in the United States. Statistically, as far as public opinion, as well as legislatively, it's gaining steam. And I believe we're just one justice on the Supreme Court away from reversing Roe versus Wade. So tremendous, yeah. So, I mean, maybe Kennedy can have a dream or a vision or a nightmare. I don't know. I don't care what it is. We'll see. But so a Road to Washington experience or something. But the euthanasia and physician-assisted suicide is clearly going in the other direction, and it's already tested in Oregon and other states. And I believe the most common, easiest argument to make against it is say, look, why rush this? We have several states that are moving on this. Let's wait. California's a huge state. Let's let the experiment happen. Let's see if we really want this. Let's see if the results in impacting lives is what we really want. That's sort of the secular argument. But the moralist argument is one which recognizes the laws of nature and nature's God. That to live, to be born naturally, and to die naturally, as God has ordained and planned, as He has affirmed in His Word. That is the proper mentality. And it's also just human dignity. If you want to take a true humanist perspective, you want to respect the dignity of human life, you can make that argument, although humanism actually cheapens human life, so you don't want to go down that road probably. But you can make a humanitarian argument at least. And so that's important. Human life is precious, and it shouldn't be looked down upon. And then finally, I want to touch on AB 775. This is something, now here we have the state of Texas that passes wonderful legislation to make it really hard for abortion clinics to function unless they're close to a hospital that is willing to deal with emergency cases. And I mean, abortions are shrinking in that state. I mean, it's their drought, by the way, is going away. Okay, just so you know. I think there's a reason. Okay, our state, we have this legislation, which would require pro-life clinics to post notices of the rights of the client to have a patient to have an abortion. And thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, okay, thank you. I was waiting for the numbers, so that was good. So anyway, so that's real important and that's real basic. And I just wanted that we need to address that. We need to challenge that. We at Pacific Justice are defending a pro-life clinic right now as I speak up in Vacaville. They were prevented from moving into an office simply because it was right across from Planned Parenthood. And so we're now challenging that and going to task with that. Bottom line, folks, as I said before, now is not the time to surrender. Now is the time to get involved. When we get to heaven, the question is not going to be how did our precinct vote. The question is not going to be how did our state respond to a legislation. The question is, were we faithful with what we did? Did we fight the good fight? The Apostle Paul says, made it really clear that he kept the faith. I fought the good fight. I finished the course. I've kept the faith. Let that be the exhortation to each of us. No matter what the challenge, no matter what the era, no matter where we are in history's path, let it always be said, always, that we kept the faith. Thank you very much. God bless.
Hi, my name is Brian Johnston. And for the last 30 years, I have been an advocate for the medically dependent and the emotionally vulnerable when their lives are at risk. I'm the author of the book Death as a Salesman, what's wrong with assisted suicide. And in fact, there's a lot of reasons assisted suicide is wrong, and legalizing assisted suicide is something that should be avoided and worked against. I was asked today to specifically talk about medical ethics. We know that just the phenomenon of suicide is a very dangerous thing, that when someone expresses suicidal thoughts, they're actually giving emotional signals that they're very depressed. They need emotional help, and simply granting their wish isn't the way to fulfill that emotional need. They may have also an underlying illness that could or could not be treated, but the emotions and the depression is clearly treatable, and that's what we need to do and have always done. That's what good hospice care does. It takes care of the physical and, most importantly, the emotional needs. Good hospice also intervenes to take care of the emotional needs of the family members, because a lot of times their emotions need to be addressed. They've never been through this circumstance, and they can give the wrong message to that patient when they say, "Oh, I just want to die." "Oh, sure, well then, if you want to die, we'll kill you." No, what they really need is to understand that situation. So they need good counseling so that they can say and support that person in a good way. So that's what good hospice does. Assisted suicide is extremely risky if legalized because the risk of manipulated suicide is very clear. That family member may not be an heir, but they could be and often are. But even if they're not going to inherit or benefit from that death in some way, they're definitely going to benefit by not having to take care of that patient anymore. So that subtle psychological pressure from them, they may not even recognize. When it comes to medicine, though, this is the most powerful aspect, because we're not talking about killing someone with a revolver or a knife or taking their life by hanging. We're talking about the use of medicine. And this is a very, very important issue that we have to examine very clearly when it comes to society and our laws. I'd like to read to you briefly from a portion of this book, and I have a whole chapter on medical ethics. There's many, many things. We won't have time in this video to go into all of them, but you need to understand the risks. Here's a quote from a doctor in the 1750s. He was a German doctor, Christoph Hufland. "The physician presumes to take into consideration in his work whether a life has value or not. The consequences are boundless, and the physician becomes the most dangerous man in the state." Now, what Dr. Hufland was expressing there in the late 1700s has been expressed many, many times in the past. We know that the beginning of modern medicine and the beginning of modern medical ethics was, in fact, with the ancient Greeks and with the famous Hippocratic Oath. See, this is not a new issue. Hippocrates expressly said, "I will give no deadly medicine," even if asked. So even if someone is asking, whether it be the patient or a family member, the physician swears that they will not give that deadly medicine. The Romans then distilled that down to a rule, do no harm, primum non nocere. The physician cannot kill according to medical ethics as we have come to understand it. Now, many anthropologists have said that oath is the beginning of Western civilization. That it is the Hippocratic Oath and the practice of medicine as we know it that defines Western civilization, because there's now one member of society who will protect other members of society and never harm them. See, before the Hippocratic Oath, the doctor was in fact very, very dangerous. The doctor in primitive societies could kill. That doctor is known to us as a witch doctor. And if the doctor came to your house, you never really knew if that doctor was there to cure you or perhaps kill you. Perhaps you were paying the doctor a chicken for their services to try to cure you, but what if your neighbor had given the doctor a goat because the neighbor coveted your house and wanted you gone? There was no way that you could really know for sure. We have come to trust the doctor now because of the Hippocratic Oath. Trust a physician implicitly that they will only benefit us. This is the only member of society that you're instructed to go into a room and take off all your clothes and tell your doctor everything. This is a very important relationship in the doctor-patient relationship. That will be lost if medicine is used to kill. If the laws are changed so that medicine is now a killing tool instead of a healing tool. There are many other aspects of this. I'll quickly go through some of them. We know that doctors are very overworked. It'll be a temptation in their work if they can use killing as one of their possible cures. They have to get on to other patients. The risk there, even for good doctors, is that they would be tempted just to get this particular case over with. But what about the risk of coercion? What about the risk of outside forces on that doctor? What if those who are running that health plan have said, doctor, we can't pay you? It's called capitation, by the way. Many doctors are paid on a per patient basis. They will get, let's say, 100 patients, and that plan will pay the doctor for their 100 patients a flat fee. Well, if you have to spend a lot of money on one or two of those patients, it might be a lot cheaper if they're gone and you get cheaper patients in your care. That's a lot of outside pressure on a doctor, one that we really can't afford. There's many other aspects of this. The fact is, again, if the doctor can kill you and you go into that room and you've got a black mark on your skin, you don't know what it is, you think it might be the big C, you might be reluctant to really tell the doctor that. You won't be as free to indicate those serious conditions that you have. It's very important that implicit trust continue. But I want to explain something even further. Doctors have been asked by ethics to never kill for one very basic reason. They're the most likely to do so. Ballerinas don't have to swear they'll never kill. Plumbers don't have to swear they'll never kill. It's because they don't have that kind of occasion. Doctors have that occasion all the time. See, doctors are very well trained in the human body. If anyone understands how a human body functions and how to cease that function and do it in a way that's quick and efficient and to the point, it's a physician. So physicians are made to swear under our old standard of medicine, and that's what's at stake here, that they would never use it to kill because the temptation can be so very, very great. In the question of legalizing physician-assisted suicide, this is a case where it might be your loved ones or even your own life that's at stake, but I want to get across a much deeper and more important issue. Society itself is at stake right now in this debate. The very foundations of society as we have known it will be lost if physicians are free to kill. I'd like to read from another anthropologist. Again, many anthropologists have outlined the Hippocratic Oath was the beginning of Western civilization. Wherever we've seen it violated, and there have been times throughout history, whether individual physicians or even societies have walked away from the oath, and they walk away from Western civilization. Again, this is something from Margaret Mead in her work on the physician. With the Greeks, the distinction was made clear. One profession was to be dedicated completely to life under all circumstances, regardless of rank, age, or intellect. The life of a slave, the life of the emperor, the life of a foreign man, the life of a defective child. This is a priceless possession which we cannot afford to tarnish. But society is always attempting to make the physician into a killer, to kill the defective child at birth, to leave sleeping pills beside the bed of the cancer patient. It is the duty of society to protect the physician from such requests. A very important statement from Margaret Mead, anthropologist, regarding the foundation of society and our respect towards the physician and not putting them in that position. Why is that? Again, many reasons. If you look back on World War II, we know that was a Western power. The Nazis, under that regime, basically did a lot of bad things. But the Nuremberg trials were not putting the Germans on trial for invading France or Poland or the Low Countries or any of those other acts of war. They were actually put on trial for what they did to their own citizens. In 1948, the Nuremberg trials had a very specific trial called the doctor's trial. And in the doctor's trial, physicians and judges were tried for their role with the civilian population of Germany. Now, you may think that it was all aimed against the Jews. In fact, it wasn't. they were merely the last ones to receive the treatment. The Germans actually had instituted long before a program to clean up the master race. They actually did not let it be applied to the Jews. They wanted to make sure that the master race was cleaned of defective gene pool. And they actually had a lot of costs. After World War I, the economy in Germany was very tight, so they had socialized medicine. They had many World War I victims of vets who had mustard gas, terrible scars, and basically were being kept by the state. They also had quite a few children that they considered defective children, and the phrase was they were needless eaters. So a program was developed called Tiergarten 4. The T4 program, Tiergarten, named for the street in Berlin where the offices were located, Tiergarten 4. This program was actually aimed at mercy killing, and you can see that in the book. You can see actually the page from the newspaper where they announced that it was out of mercy and love that they were doing this. That was solely to clean up society and to legalize mercy killing, and physicians were actively involved in that. I want to read briefly from Leo Alexander, who was actually a witness for the United States at the trials at Nuremberg. And what he said about those trials: the beginnings at first were merely a subtle shift in emphasis on the basic attitude of physicians. It started with the acceptance of the attitude, basic in the euthanasia movement, that there is such a thing as a life not worthy to be lived. That was the beginning of the Holocaust in Germany. That's why we were involved and put those physicians on trial and declared these crimes against humanity. That's why human experiments were acceptable to those physicians. That's why using human beings as things that could be disposed of was acceptable. That's why using medicine to kill in the name of mercy was acceptable, because they had departed from the Hippocratic Oath. We've already mentioned the fact that society is the one that must govern medical ethics. I didn't say that. I'm simply repeating the words of many others. I didn't make up these statements in this phenomenon. The fact is that unless society tells doctors, you can't do that, please don't do that, society will bear the burden and the responsibility for this. That's what's at stake in this debate. What's going to happen is that physicians will be don't do that. Society will bear the burden and the responsibility for this. That's what's at stake in this debate. What's going to happen is that physicians will be
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And we have interrupted the Eagle Forum conference. They're having some technical difficulties on the floor with that video, so they are working on that. So as they try to work out those technical issues, and let's go ahead and send it to Bonnie real quick if we can and see what's going on up there and get a clarification what's going on upstage.
Not only the government that can be corrupt, sometimes videos are, or CDs. So we're going to just kind of move on, and we've got Bob Selnicki, and he is going to give a presentation that I know you're going to be very interested in. They're going to kind of get it, because we're thought that we're going to have a little bit more time to get this going. So I hope you'll just take a big sigh. And is everybody enjoying it so far? Okay. That's great. Good. We really appreciate your presence. It's just so heartwarming to know that there's people that care, that want to hear this information. And I know that you stood up and gave the pledge that you were going to share it with others. So I really appreciate that too. We're going to have some videos or CDs available after the program. So we it looks like some people are going to take a little break now. Would you all like to take just a little bit of a break? How about giving a 5-minute break? Hey, okay. So 5 minutes, and you guys can do whatever you want to for 5 minutes, and we'll start again.
Gentlemen, that was Bonnie O'Neill. She is the organizer of the 15th Annual Eagle Forum Conference, announcing a 5-minute intermission into the program. I'm Jason Miller, along with Corey Evan, my co-host of the Evan Miller Report.
Hopefully those CDs that they're selling don't end up corrupted like this one. I think was a bad player. Maybe they should have that laptop looked at.
Yeah, I bet. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're in intermission for 5 minutes. This is Jason Miller along with Corey Evan. You're listening to the 15th Annual Eagle Forum Conference on SHR Media and Pundit Press Radio. We're pleased to be joined by one of the previous speakers who spoke previously to that video. Brad Dacus, president of the Pacific Justice Institute, is with us. You know him, ladies and gentlemen. He's been on the Evan Miller Report many a time, talked about many issues. Evening, Brad.
Oh, it's great to be on the program. Thank you, Jason.
So, you talked about a lot today within the conference. I guess the big bill that everybody is talking about right now the past 2 weeks is this SB 277. This is that mandatory vaccination bill that's flying around. It's flying through the committees as fast as a roadrunner running in the desert here. What's going on with that?
It's a real serious piece of legislation because it really doesn't give any kind of accommodation for parents who have serious issues of conscience or religion or with regards to the vaccinations. You know, there's bona fide reasons from both the right and the left why people may not want to have one of these vaccinations. One is the fact that it comes from animals. I guess pigs is how something they've used to produce it, and many vegetarians out there don't want to have that. Then there's people who are pro-life that have strong convictions against using a vaccine where human embryos have been used to produce that vaccine, and then you have issues of just general health. You have people looking at the fact that 32 people, according from the Centers for Disease Control, have died from this vaccine. So, but parents, they should be respected to have their beliefs, their convictions, and they shouldn't have to choose between staying in the state of California and violating their faith or their child getting an education.
How much threat is this to not only California, the rest of the nation? Because obviously what happens here in California does tend to reflect on the rest of the nation. We are the poster lap child pretty much for a lot of these bills that are going on these days.
Right. I think it's important for people to understand this legislation is the most radical legislation of its kind in all the 50 states. If this passes, and it looks like it's steamrolling through, if it does become law, it will be the most rigid, restrictive with regards to the rights of parents over making the decision for their children with regard to vaccinations.
What do you see next after this? What do you think might be next, if you could predict, if this bill is allowed to pass here within the California legislature?
Well, I could see, first off, other states entertaining the blue states,
right,
like Illinois and New York and Massachusetts and Washington and Oregon and the like. But also, I think it's going to give an empowerment to many on the left who really believe sincerely, and I will give them sincerity, who sincerely believe that the government really knows what's best. And I can see them saying, maybe there's some other areas that we need to be addressing as well, some other areas of control. In California, those same people from the left passed legislation that now makes it so that if parents are not supportive of their child coming out, and that is says, oh, yes, Johnny, it's wonderful that you decided that this is your orientation and what you're going to live, that they lose their kids. Social workers come and take kids now in the state of California for that. I had a crisis call of a mom and dad who had a social worker coming to their house the next day, this was just recently, and saying, my child has talked to the counselor and was under the impression that we're going to be hostile, and it's this 15-year-old girl. Of course, early adolescence, gender identity, and as well as sexual orientation can be very, very fluid, very fluid. And so why our society treats it as if they've just had, some kind of one-way decision or a surgical procedure or something.
So is and you're referencing the transgender bathroom bill that's going on, and
that too.
The
right.
title, some Northern California schools have already implemented this, I understand, and allow the boys go into the girls' restroom. That's a pretty big deal, and excuse the term, it scares the hell out of parents. It really scares the hell out of parents.
And it should. It's not an unreasonable fear and concern for parents when they have a son or a daughter in junior high or high school or even elementary school as far as the bathrooms go, but in junior high high school, we're talking about locker rooms. We're talking about showers.
Yeah.
And we had one case where, and I mentioned that today where about a girl, 15-year-old girl, went into the boys' locker room, took off her clothes in front of him, and school said, this is accepted. And so that's what we're dealing with. And it's when we take away modesty and reasonableness in that regard, we dehumanize people. We're not animals; we're human beings, and modesty and the ability to have your modesty and your privacy, using modern day terminology, your privacy protected, is a fundamental to a civilized society and one where people respect each other.
Yeah, it seems like today's society, a lot of folks like to treat this sort of thing like, when you're in public, you pretty much give up privacy. You leave that at home when you leave. What do you have to say about that? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No. Yeah, I would say, privacy, your rights to privacy is not limited to just the four walls of your house. We are, you can't be, a police officer that pulls you over can't order you to take off all your clothes right there on the side of the highway while they make sure you don't have drugs. We don't allow that because why? That violates our privacy. It's instinctive, and at least so far, it's instinctive for us to understand that.
You would hope so. Yeah, and I know that a similar situation to this came up in Massachusetts. What was it? Just last year, when a woman, I guess she was wearing a mini skirt, and she was on a public rail car and on a light rail tram, and I guess a guy took a picture of her skirt, and when that came to trial, the judge initially dismissed it, saying, when you're in public, you have no expectation of privacy or have no reason to expect it.
If that was
then the next day, they overturned it.
Yeah, and if that was his daughter,
I'm sure he would think exactly the opposite.
Yes, and he would. And I was being interviewed by a reporter from CBS for the morning show, and I asked her, she was taking a very, very leftist position regarding the transgender bathroom bill and everything, saying, well, I don't see what the problem is. Why should a girl feel uncomfortable if a boy comes in her locker room and showers next to her? Why, we live in a very civilized society. I said, really? I said, do you have a daughter? She goes, yes. I says, have you talked to your daughter about this? Do you have any idea? I mean, do you honestly think your daughter would feel that way? She goes, I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to her. And I'm convinced when she talks to her daughter, she says, do you mind if a naked boy comes in your showers with you right in the locker room? I know what the answer is going to be.
Freak out.
She's going to say, Mom, you've been working too long.
That ozone layer is happening in your head, really. It's
you take a vacation, but we are so twisted in our in terms of reality, and that's just one of the challenges. And of course, we also want to mention the euthanasia, physician-assisted suicide bill. We just saw a wonderful talk and presentation on that, but I think that we can't undermine that enough because that's something that also we're going to see spread to the rest of the country.
So you think mandatory vaccinations, if that's passed first, because they're pushing this mandatory suicide bill, and for those of you who don't know what's going on with that bill, this has to do with a lady, I believe, here in the state of California who wanted to commit assisted suicide. Her family was against her doing that, so she moved up to Oregon and did assisted suicide.
And it's a real shame because of the fact also that medical advancements are happening so fast and so rapidly. Just recently, 4 people who were terminally ill with stage 4 lung cancer had it effectively treated. They're in complete remission. They had but a few months left to live. And so I think as a matter of humanity and recognizing the progression of medical hope and just every day of life itself and the value of it, we can't be silent with that. We dehumanize ourselves once more with this kind of legislation as well. And human beings, as we've seen just in the last century with Nazi Germany, we've seen how we have the capacity to dehumanize ourselves. If anyone wants to keep up, by the way, with our cases, I encourage them to go to pacificjustice.org, PacificJustice.org. Get our Legal Insider updates without charge. We want to keep you updated. Of course, if you want to support our work, we're a nonprofit organization. We greatly appreciate that. PacificJustice.org, PacificJustice.org.
And we're always hopeful that the advancements that have been made recently don't end up taken away by Obamacare.
Right, and that's a huge challenge as well, of course.
Absolutely. Well, we'd love to have you back on the Evan Miller Report next week. Brad Dacus, Pacific Justice, everybody. PacificJustice.org, PacificJustice.org, everybody. And we're going to go ahead and send it back out to the stage. I don't know what's going on out there. We've got some sort of activity going on out there. We're still waiting at the moment, see what's going on out there.
See what he's saying.
Okay. Do we want to send it over? Let's send it out to the stage.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get started with the last portion of the day, which actually is the portion that turns this from an educational system to a motivational one, even more than you've heard up to